more likely it will work. That more likely it will work. So again, pull up some more. They got they actually has it. If y'all pull up the Library of Congress, you can read about plenary authority in the Library of Congress. You can
Okay.
read all about it. You know what I'm saying? I don't have the time to pull up the sources. I'm on my phone at work, but I'm just giving y'all sources. The wiki actually is a good. They'll actually guide you to the right sources. Actually, the wiki that I put in there. But yeah, the Congressional Library, uscongress.gov, right? And you can type in plenary authority. They're going to give you the sections and the code and all the rest of the shit that you need to know about it, right? But the main thing you need to know about it means absolute unabated power. Plenary power or plenary authority. It comes from the Latin word plenty, plentiful. It's the same thing as like full, like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So
I'm trying to understand,
meaning full power, like full, like when you're meaning like the cup is full, that's the kind of power, meaning full power, plenary power. It's a Latin word.
Right. And I guess I'm trying to understand, like, what type of political climate could be created by whoever forces that will undermine and erode the efficacy of the Constitution. Like, how could plenty authority, plenty of power, plenary, whatever, yeah, I'll get the word right. How can that be centralized in our politics where the Constitution no longer has any effectiveness? Like, how can that even come about? Like, I'm like, it seemed like there has to be some type of social event, because ain't nobody gonna vote on that. Ain't nobody gonna like.
No, they're not gonna vote. They're going to court. They're going to the Supreme Court. That's how you subvert democracy. That's how Trump has been subverting democracy since his first term. You see what I'm saying? The Constitution ain't never meant. So listen, you know, y'all understand that the federal judges already told Trump, like, bro, like the bullshit you doing with the immigrant shit, that shit is illegal. And your ass can be locked up for that. Like, he literally can be locked up for that, for not giving people anybody on American soil is due process, right? They day in court. They supposed to get their day in court, due process, right? If you already throwing do y'all understand the gravity of due process? Because a lot of these words get just thrown around, and then we think due process, yeah, whatever. All right. Do y'all understand what they talking about when they talking about due process? Everybody on here, do y'all understand?
I got a
general
understanding, not enough that I can. Yeah, I would like to learn. So
no, I've been listening to you the whole time, and I kind of feel like this was the whole thing I was worried about the whole time, right? Like, while we're sitting here looking at what ICE is doing, right, and that could be us. Like that's a pin stroke away, right? You know what I'm saying? Or
it ain't even a pin
you know what I'm
stroke.
saying?
It's a gavel smack away. It's not even a pin stroke. It don't even take a pin stroke. All it takes is a gavel smack. Bam, the court is adjourned. That's it. That's all it takes, y'all. But what I want to tell y'all about is the due process, right? Y'all understand due process is what you get when you go to court. If they don't give you due process, the police officer that arrests you, it's his word against yours. It's what he said you did. You see what I'm saying? If it ain't no due process, right? It's whatever the motherfucker who pull up on you say you done. That's it. You don't get no day in court. You just go to jail. You just go to prison for however long they tell your motherfucking ass to go to prison. And they might not even tell you in a country where they don't have due process. They're not even obligated to tell you how long they locking your ass up or what they locking you up for. They just gonna lock your motherfucking ass up. That's a part of due process. You go down to the county jail, right? You get your ticket, you get the speeding ticket, right? And it was just your second time or whatever, so they gotta go ahead and arrest you and now you got to bond out, right? So, but what they do is they read you your charges. That's all a part of the due process. You
Right.
getting the bond and all of that, right? No, and without due process, they're not reading you no charges. You just gonna show up, and then they're gonna say, well, no, we got you for this, this, and this, and this. So this how long you staying here. You're gonna hear that from the jail cell. You're not going outside anymore until that time is served. Whatever time, if there is a time to be served. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is he already done told the not only did he tell all of the federal judges, but he told the Supreme Court, man, fuck y'all and y'all due process. I'm sending these bitches wherever the fuck I want to fly them to. If I want to fly these motherfuckers to Somalia, to a Somalian prison, I'm going to fly them over there. And what the fuck you niggas going to do? That's what he said. That's what he see a lot, because they don't use my exact words, don't mean that's not what they saying, bro. You understand what I'm saying? He done told everybody, man, motherfuck the Constitution. I don't give a fuck what the Constitution say, because I don't like it. I don't like what the fucking Constitution says, because what it's saying is I got to give due process to what I think is illegal. And no, I'm not doing it. So he already done said, motherfuck the Constitution about the due process part. So y'all think it ain't gonna be easy for him to say, you know what, man, I'm just tired of this motherfucking Constitution, because it's getting in the way of me doing all the shit I want to do. Because that's all the Constitution is doing for Donald Trump, is getting in his way of doing all the shit he really want to do. So guess what? You know what? Fuck that. I'm not dealing with the Constitution no more. Fuck the Constitution. I got plenary authority.
So, Brother Corey, let me ask this. What do you see that's happening in terms of a regime change and the structure of America changing that exists beyond Donald Trump? And I only ask because I feel like Donald Trump is like one missed pill away from death. So he's not going to be here too long. But
so then
what
you
do
got
you see?
Stephen Miller. You got the real guy. You got the real guy who's really doing this shit, right? And who's way scarier, because you can actually talk Donald Trump out of some shit, right? You can actually talk this nigga out of something, right? He ain't like, he don't stand on nothing. He don't have any like principle, right? But this Stephen Miller motherfucker, this neo-Nazi that we got in the White House, see, y'all don't realize we got a White House full of neo-Nazis, skinheads, right? This motherfucker Stephen Miller, imagine a Hebrew Israelite. Imagine. Do you know how much conviction in their ideology that a Hebrew Israelite has? Right? Can y'all relate to that? Can anybody relate to that? Like they have a lot of conviction in their ideology, right? That's the kind of conviction Steve Miller has in being a neo-Nazi. And so that's what. So when Donald Trump fall over and hit his head, on the toilet stool, right? Then Stephen Miller's going to take over. Stephen Miller and J.D. Vance. And we know who they are, plain and simple, right? They're not hiding. They're not like this up and down guy like Donald Trump, who can be talked out of shit and who's been friends with black people for years and years and years and this and that and the other, right? Different groups can talk as long as you got some money with Donald Trump, right? Stephen Miller and J.D. Vance, right? And Pam Bondi and all these motherfuckers is neo-Nazis. What's the one girl name? The wild ass girl. She just was in front of Congress the other day. Like, scary. I'm scared of this bitch. I'm scared of this lady. Y'all don't know, like, one thing about some of these white women can be the most dangerous motherfucker on the planet to a black man. Y'all better not never forget those words.
Oh,
y'all
man,
better not never forget that.
Say that one more time, Corey. Say that one more time, brother.
A white woman can be the most dangerous thing on this motherfucking planet to a black man, right? And this white bitch right here, Not the Pam Bondi bitch, the other bitch, man. I can't think of her name right now. I'm gonna think of her name. Christy Nome. Christy Nome, Pam Bondi. Them white bitches is y'all worst nightmares, black men. And y'all better hear me good with this shit, bro. I'm trying to tell y'all better hear me good. When they start throwing around words like plenary authority, you better start thinking about what you're gonna do. And hope for the best. Because that's about all you can do, is hope for the best. Because they finna throw this motherfucking Constitution out the window. And Donald Trump finna do it. He finna do it. And if we depended on AOC, right, to keep him from doing that, we got a whole nother ball game coming. Because, you know, AOC was in the bathroom hiding when them niggas was running up in that motherfucking Capitol. Y'all remember that?
Mm-hmm.
When them white folks ran up in the Capitol, go back and rewind the tape and hear where AOC said that she was at. She was hiding in the bathroom stall up under the goddamn toilet. Because with one thing she knew, one thing she understood, and what some of us don't understand, even on this Discord, them motherfucking white boys wasn't fucking around. Y'all better understand that. And don't y'all, and most of y'all don't even understand that when y'all see those ICE agents running around on the streets chasing Mexicans and niggas up and down the street, right? Most of them is 3%ers and Proud Boys. See, that's why they got the mask on. The insurrectionists that he bonded out of, that he pardoned, right? Those the niggas that's chasing your neighbors up and down the street. Y'all don't realize why they got the fucking mask on. See, we do a lot of worrying about a lot of fucked up bullshit. And we ain't worrying about the real shit that's finna hit us in our motherfucking mouth and knock every tooth out we got. We fuck around a lot as not only as black men, but as Americans, we do a lot of fucking around. Wow, Donald Trump, y'all imagine, 20 years ago, if I would have said, man, Donald Trump was gonna be the demise of America, everybody would have cracked up laughing. Like, bro, who the fuck is he? He ain't even no motherfucker. He don't even run shit. Who is he? You know what I mean? He the guy that was on the fucking music video or Home Alone. Or, you know what I'm saying? This motherfucker from Home Alone and Let's Make a Deal or whatever his show was. A goddamn reality TV show host, right, is the president and the podcaster. Listen to me, y'all. We have a reality TV show host as the president of the United States and a podcaster as the head of the Department of Defense. I don't think y'all know where we at. And the only reason why they're in their position is because of all of the hate and bigotry and vitriol and racism that they spew. Did y'all hear? Do y'all hear me? Do y'all hear me? The reason why Donald Trump got voted in office is because of the hatred, bigotry, and racism that he spews. And a lot of people, oh no, he a businessman. That's why they voted for, because you fooling your goddamn self. And keep on fooling yourself if you want to. We out here again. We fucking around while they snatching the rug right from up under us. They pulling our panties down and about to rape us, and we acting like we don't even see them. But that's all I got for now, y'all. Go ahead.
Scary stuff there.
There's no need to be afraid. Just be aware. I don't want to undercut Corey's message. I like the way he did it. But coming in with a bunch of facts would just undercut the message. So just be alert, be aware. I don't think it's nothing to be afraid of. Just inform yourself. And this is
I guess I just got more
We need the
questions.
facts.
I just got more questions because I'm like, where does brother Corey, like, where does the Congress come in at? Like, does something like this? I mean, I can
Congress
hear
don't
what
come
you're.
in here. He's subverting. He's doing what he's been doing. He's been doing since his first presidency. He's subverting democracy, meaning he's putting either going to be an executive order, right? Which the plenary authority thing is not going to be an executive order. That's going to get done through the Supreme Court. Again, I told y'all they're going to take it. The Congress is going to sue them, right? And the federal judge is going to be like, bro, you wild as fuck, bro. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit, bro. You wilder than a motherfucker, right?
Right.
But he's going to take it to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court going to be like, I don't know what them federal judges was talking about. Of course, you got plenary authority. They've been doing it since. They've been doing it the whole time. When haven't they done it? They've been doing it the whole time, bro. So that's all I'm saying right there. It ain't going to be no Congress don't come into this. Then I told y'all, AOC going to be busy hiding in the goddamn bathroom under the toilet, bro. Y'all see, she already done it. I'm not lying.
She was
She
hiding.
said it herself. I didn't say it. She said it. I didn't say it.
But Corey, give it context. You paid this lady.
Hey, listen.
I know.
Real life don't need. One thing about what my grandmama used to say to me, what's understood don't need no goddamn explanation.
But they don't understand. They don't understand.
They understand. They understand. I put it to them plain.
Yes. There was
one thing, again, like I said, they can fake like they don't know what I'm talking about, right? And they can act like they don't know. But believe me, they know. And acting like you don't know ain't gonna do you no good, right? Because acting like you better act like you do know, because your family, right? The women and children in your life gonna need some protection. Believe me.
Yeah, get informed, be aware. The reason why she was hiding though was not she was doing what she was told to do. That's one. And then two, her particular part, her section where she was, there was a pipe bomb threat. So it was a little different than what was going on everywhere else. So they told her to shelter in place, her and her aides. And that was the hiding part. She wasn't. And then also, I mean, the energy. I don't know if y'all ever been in a rally that went left or something like that. Like not a rally. I won't even say that. Like, you ever been in a nightclub where everybody starts fighting, or you've been in a basketball game or something, a football game where it's 100 people fighting all at once.
A melee is the term you want.
Huh?
Oh, it seems like a melee is the term you want.
Yeah, right. But that was a riot. You know, I don't want to downplay what happened at the Capitol. I'm just trying to describe her situation specifically. She got a warning that it was a pipe bomb. That's her, not her. That wasn't even her excuse. Because what Corey said was true, 100%. People was asking questions. But then the authorities came out and said her particular group in that area, there was a threat of a pipe bomb. They told everybody to stay. And that's how she chose to stay in place. But she's still here, so it worked. But as far as plenary authority, just get informed. I'm not gonna undercut Corey's message. Just get informed, because a lot of y'all don't really know about it. So I'm not gonna come in and, I think the one thing he is saying that I 100% agree with is definitely be aware, pay attention, and just read up on it. Because this isn't the first time. This isn't the Donald Trump didn't introduce it. Stephen Miller didn't introduce it. These are things that have been, and it's been used before. It's being used now. It's just not the way that Corey is saying use it. It could be that way. So that's why I say I won't happen. It could happen. It could be happening right now while we're on this call. We wouldn't even know. That's how crazy it is. But just be aware and just go get informed, and that'll ease some of your fear or whatever. Because I'm not into the fear part of government. Because if you knew, plenary authority is just one tool. There's a lot of tools that are even worse than that, and there are some tools that there are some laws that can be bent that you wouldn't even. If you got too afraid of it, you'd leave the United States. That have been used before. Matter of fact, were used by some of the people we've been talking about. So just go get informed politically. So when you're in these conversations and somebody else says this to you, because it's going to be a catchphrase, go watch the Stephen Miller interview. It wasn't more of a threat. It was, I guess Corey saw the same thing I saw. It wasn't a threat. It wasn't like a WWE interview. It was more like they feigned it off like a slip of the tongue. That's what made it so, I don't know if Corey, you agree, but that's what made it kind of more scary when Miller said it, because he said it as a slip of the tongue. He didn't say it like as a talking point. Someone pushed on something and he just
he accidentally said the quiet part out loud. Then he caught himself and tried to act like it was a technical issue.
Right.
Yeah.
So you could tell.
That's the scary part. That's what's really scary about it.
You could tell behind the scenes. Either it was. This is why I don't like to do the fortune teller thing, because behind the scenes, if you were to go full bore into it, you would immediately think, well, is this what y'all niggas be talking about? Behind the scenes, like, is this, and it just slipped because y'all talk about it so much? Or is this another one of them fucking distractions y'all like to do, where y'all talking and you say some shit to get the media running with something, this, that, and the third. I don't know. I don't like to get into the, well, if this is that and this is this, but it definitely was feigned off as a technical issue. But just go get informed about it, and you won't be afraid of it. It's kind of like the fentanyl crisis, right? It'll be splashed all over the internet and splashed all over the news, and you'll be like, "Oh, it's coming," and you're talking to your kids, scaring the hell out of all this other this. And then but if you get informed on it, at least you can attack it with some form of education, if that makes sense.
Somebody who doesn't engage in political discourse all the time and probably have the journals or the websites or the podcasts, like, how would you suggest a person getting informed outside of just Googling?
I could put some stuff.
USCongress.gov.
Yeah, but not that.
U.S. Congress, the Library of Congress will give you the definition. It'll give you prior usage. It'll give you, what do you call those cases? Case studies, all of that. So it'll give you the section 10 something, 10SC, whoop-de-whoop-de-woo, and all of that. So yeah, the Library of Congress is a good source to get to some information. The information that I was talking about today, the Library of Congress is a good source.
All right, I would say go talk. You can. I wouldn't recommend that. That's a good start, but I would say go talk. Go. I'm gonna sound crazy for this. But go talk to your fucking representative. Go talk to. You can go talk to people about shit like this, because it's not something I'm gonna say. I know we think we can Google and ChatGPT things, but sometimes go to someone that knows. Go to because they'll pull that stuff, Corey, and Library of Congress and all some other, but they wouldn't even know how to use it or interpret the information that comes out. Just go to someone with preferably an older person. Ask a teacher. ask a political I mean, I know y'all know someone or social.
Mm-hmm.
They can point y'all in the way, but I don't like to say go to I don't like to say go to school, but because it's not, you're just trying to learn something, but go to a figure. You can go to local government. In every city hall, the clerk that's there, that's what they're there for. If you really want to use them, they're not there just for, shits and giggles. The clerk is actually the person that's like the point person that can point you anywhere in your city you having an issue, any questions you got about government, if you want your taxes broken down, if you want that's what the clerk is for. The funny thing is, Corey, and you know this, and Josh, you know this, the clerk in any given city is probably the one that does the least work because the people don't really bother them. The only thing they do is answer the phone and send them somewhere else. But that clerk is supposed to be informed enough the buck really could stop with them. But no, I never point people to the Library of Congress, or I don't do that because most people don't do it. You can go to that. There's blogs, there's political there's political information podcasts, and shit. I hate to say it, Corey, do the boring work. Fucking watch C-SPAN sometimes instead of fucking loving basketball, loving hip hop, or whatever the fuck. Is that still a show? Read a book. Read a book. There's a good book called Tyranny by Timothy Snyder, or Snyder Timothy, one of them two. And he that's a good book on the powers that the government have.
Okay.
But the main reason why I say be informed is just like anything else. Everything is something to be afraid of if you're ignorant of it.
Mm-hmm.
Look at a lobster. Look at a lobster in the ocean or something like that. Just imagine looking at a lobster, not knowing what the hell it is, what the hell is that? Just imagine being in the ocean and seeing that shit for the first time, or seeing the crab swarm that they got over there, the red crab swarm. And you like, man, what the hell, is the world ending? But if you were informed and you know how amazing a lobster tastes, or that this or that this crab swarm happens every X amount of years, then you would, you know what I'm saying? You would be less fearful. But the reason why I don't want to dampen Corey's message, and I want everything Corey said was true. There's no need to dampen it. Sometimes you got to be a little hyperbolic and add shit, but he didn't add anything because everything he said happened. But what he just didn't give you the information, you go and do it. The worst thing y'all could do in this conversation is leave this conversation and go start telling people, plenary authority. Find out about yourself so that you can have a more well-informed conversation about it. But it's been used before. That's all I will say. And recently, it's not like, and it wasn't Donald Trump, and it's been used by old Honest Abe before too. It's been used a lot.
It's been used a lot in American judicial period.
Yeah.
So you don't think it in Donald Trump's hands it could be more dangerous than other people who had it before?
No. I think every time it's been used, it was dangerous, and whoever's hands used it, because it's the absolute power corrupts absolutely. So remember when we were having that conversation about communism, one of the main reasons I have an issue with communism is it gives the government above you too much power. So and under communism, it always has this dream of that they'll just give it back. And once you start, I think a person, any human being, when they start down that road, Oh, I could do this? Oh, for real? Okay. Oh, wait, I could do this too? Oh, okay. You know, it's like the video
Yeah,
game.
Brad.
It's like the
Let me ask
video
you a
game.
question about strategy,
Jesus Christ. Go ahead.
because it seemed like the fear mongering come when we want like a head-on strategy to fight these things. But when I watch them, sometimes they don't. You know, it's always like Donald Trump right now, and it's a manipulative strategy, right? Just give the public school or the Brown versus Board, whatever we call it, right? The desegregation thing, and how they flipped it to benefit them, where they gave us the illusion it was going to benefit us. How come sometimes we don't use that like judo technique, where we kind of look at something and we see, well, in the long run, it's going to benefit them this way. So we should flip that this way and make it benefit we. And it may be a strategy where there is no direct confrontation. It's, you know, you flipping them, you using their force against them like a judo or something like that. How come my strategy is always this direct competition? How come we can't think outside of the box? There's a way to make certain things work in our favor, where they might, you know what I mean, it would take the power away from you. Like you use the strength against the big man, right? When you fight the big man, right?
Yeah, I agree, but there's no we. That's the we. I know we there is a we as we are the same, but we are not. We have pockets of we, not overall pocket of we. So what our power usually in this country has always been our resilience, our ability to navigate barriers and never give up. Matter of fact, excel in the light of that. But there's no, one of the things we haven't always had, we've had pockets of time where there was a we, but like a consistent overtime we, because this is a long fight. It's not a one strike that you would be looking at for what you're talking about. You're talking about something.
No, see, well, I'm not even talking about we in the sense as a collective we. I mean we is like as an ethos. So that when we come in conflict with these things, right, the fear goes away because there's a strategy in your mind of you know, like a judo approach, how to use this power against them, so that becomes our ethos, so that we start thinking of things in a different way. We're not so belabored by the fear in I, because I understand like government, and I can see how Donald Trump is manipulating certain laws to protect this and protect that and get the National Guard in under these conditions, and then create a fervor of tension amongst the people. When certain people could have just back off that, you understand? And let other people confront that, and we organize more around what we have to do. Because if you have the presumption that, yeah, they're going to start chasing niggas, it's because niggas is doing something to get chased for. But there's no reason to be chasing niggas if niggas is not doing nothing to get chased for and giving them the power to do that. Under the presumption of, well, if I just resist, I'm exercising my individuality. But then people is doing something governmental and manipulating you into a response. And in that response, you're going to lose. It's not the proper way to take on this battle strategy. You understand? Like, you understand? Because I'm talking more than resilience. I'm talking, that's why I'm using the judo on them someday. I'm talking about, you know, using force against force by flipping, you know, because the force is too much sometimes. I
I
don't
mean,
know if you understand.
I don't know what the foreigners, at least what all of them did to be just, you know, for ICE to be dealing with them like that. But I think we were more so saying, let me ask you a question, Brass. I ain't ask you a question. You know what I'm saying?
What's up, bro?
What's the so like what are the tools that the other branches of government have to prevent Donald Trump from being able to like stay in office forever?
Ask
Like,
that question. Do me a favor. Ask that question again, and then is that what we were? Okay, just ask that question again.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about, right? Because like how does him having the plentiful power, does that give him an advantage, or does it make it easier for him to bypass the other processes that don't allow him to stay in office forever?
Or the Constitution. I mean, I'll
Yes,
start.
the Constitution.
I'll just start there. Listen, let people make you believe that the Constitution is a weak document and it can just be bowled over and it can just be, this, that, and the other. But just understand logic. When was the Constitution made? When was it written?
So 16. I mean, I don't know. Way back then,
Look
bro.
it
It's
up.
old shit.
Take a second. I just want you to look it up. I can tell you very easily, but just when you get a chance, look it up. It's a living.
Hey, just real quick, because I was listening while I was working, right? But my point was only an informative point. It was never to pump fear. Like, fear is not my point. My point is being educated. That's my point. My point is understanding what the fuck's going on. When they start talking about this, talking different shit, I want at least us, right? At least us on this Discord to actually know what the fuck they talking about when they talking about it, right? Because most people don't know. And they don't know the ramifications behind what they talking about. And like, again, my point is always to educate, not to fear monger. I'm not Stephen King or nothing like that, right? I'm not some guy that's gonna write a scary movie or nothing like that. So I'm here to inform, right? Like, so this is what's being talked about in my union meetings. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I'm talking about it to y'all. This is what the white folk, right? My business agent and my business manager, this is what they brought to me. This is what they brought to the members in my union hall. You know what I'm saying? So, like, and it was not to fear monger us. It was for us to be informed and prepared so that we can make rational decisions. You know what I mean? As things come, because like I said, this not gonna be a gradual. Like, when they trying to do plenary authority, bro, that's not something that that's gonna be 30 years from now. It's gonna gradually come to fruition. No, that's gonna be overnight. You're gonna wake up one morning and President Trump is he's gonna claim plenary authority. Again, I said the federal judges, they're gonna take it to the federal courts. I don't know why y'all ain't listening to me, or y'all ain't been following democracy. Y'all haven't been following democracy. Y'all haven't been following what's been going on in the federal courts and the Supreme Court. No, every time Donald Trump do something illegal that he could actually be locked up for, he could actually go to fucking prison for it. Every time he do something illegal, the federal judges be like, bro, you tripping. You can't do that shit, bro. That's illegal. It's a fucking crime. He take the shit to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court say, I thought y'all already knew. Why was y'all even arguing about that? Of course he can do whatever the fuck he want to do. Y'all haven't, listen, I'm sorry. I've been paying attention to what's happening in my democracy, right? But if y'all haven't been paying attention, that's on y'all, bro. Just because I know don't make me a fearmonger. Like, this is what's been going on here. The due process, that's part of the Constitution, y'all. Y'all ain't hear me earlier? I said due process is a part of the fucking Constitution. What is he saying? What is Donald Trump saying about him and Stephen Miller right now? What they saying about due process? Bro, the shit's getting in my fucking way. I don't give a fuck about due process. That shit's dumb as fuck. That's what they saying. Whoever wrote that shit in the Constitution was a dumb motherfucker. That's what they saying. But I'm gonna let y'all continue on. I'll keep going.
As far as the fear mongering, I don't. The canary in the Corey, I kind of look at like the canary in the coal mine. you cannot be, you know, if you don't know why that motherfucking canary is making all that damn noise or why that canary just died, if you just look and you just say, hey, the canary just died, you know, if you're not informed as to why that canary is important, then yeah, it'll seem as fear. A lot of times in these political conversations, when you start talking about these things to people that don't know what plenary authority is, even if you're just trying to be informational and you're telling them to go get information, Corey, you're scaring the absolute hell out of people, but there's an actual benefit to you doing it. You know what I'm saying? So there's not a, I don't have a problem with it at all. It ain't up to me to have a problem about it. It's just, when you just come, Logic, trust me, Logic Mujasi were afraid when you were talking and probably unaware of exactly what that was. And to answer your question, the reason why most people are not following democracy, because we're talking about octopuses and sprites and shit like that in here most of the time. And then the other times,
the Neanderthal. We were talking about
Neanderthal. Neanderthals and mandibulars and shit like that. But like, I will calmly come into the conversations and say, you know, this, that, and the third. But the other part of it too is, and I got to get you for this, is this don't sound like sprinkling freedom right now. This y'all painting a very different picture with plenary authority than the sprinkling of freedom y'all was talking about for the past month by the good old Western civilization.
No, Stephen Miller, he's not a freedom sprinkler. I can tell you that. That's one white man. That one white man that ain't gonna sprinkle a lick of freedom. Goddamn. You checking his wallet. If you open up Stephen Miller's wallet, he's clean out of freedom, bro. He ain't got none of that.
Oh man. Yeah, that's good. But Logic, did you look up the date?
Yeah, I seen it.
Is anybody looking at the screen? Is Chef trying to talk, or his screen got a permanent green line around it? Like it's not even. But that is weird as hell. I've never seen that. Look at all y'all thumbnails when it's green flashing when y'all talk, but Chef's green is just like it's stuck or something.
No, it's his microphone probably picking up background noise. A lot of times mine do that, and y'all can't hear it, but my screen will still get green. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. But yeah, the beauty of the Constitution, Logic, and they call it's the law of the land, but it's the beauty of the Constitution is they wrote it so far back and it's still relevant in 2020. You know what I mean? That it's faced a lot of different forces. It's faced a lot of different you know, it's been through McCarthy, it's been through Nixon, it's been through even when Lincoln overreached with his stuff. It stood the test of time. So until we get something different, I mean it withstood 9/11. And that was a plenary act.
No, I feel you. I guess maybe I'm more so asking you to like the intentions of Donald Trump being different from all them people, right? Like the lengths he willing to go versus some of them other people. You know what I'm saying? I don't. Maybe that's more what I'm speaking to, and you might not agree with me there.
Well, no, just understand plenary.
That's what I meant when I was like, in his hands, do you think it could be more dangerous?
No, well, that's why I was asking you what you're specifically talking about. If we're talking about term limits, plenary power only exists within the like the boundaries of the Constitution. Breaking the 22nd Amendment, that's outside of the Constitution. That's not plenary power. That's something different. Yeah, if that makes sense to you. Like if you were
that's a fact, though. What you're saying is a fact.
Yeah, if you were to skip term limits, that's not plenary. That's just you're you'd be effectively breaking the Constitution. FDR, the reason why we have the 22nd Amendment is because of Roosevelt. And people have joked about it since then. If you look in other countries, that's how they usually have to break their constitution to be quote unquote president for life. I think Z did it. I think a couple people in their constitution. There's always some kind of limitation, but in other countries they just break it because whoever has the military power tends to do whatever they want to do. But here, just go back if you want to get some information on the term limits. But we didn't have them before Roosevelt, so go look at FD. But we have them also because of Franklin Roosevelt, because he ran.
Oh,
I think he ran.
too long.
He was trying to be president forever. You only had a person trying.
No, the country fell in love with him.
There were no term limits yet.
No, it was war. It was war.
Yeah, right. So he was saying
it was actually the war.
Yeah, he was saying I should still be president because this is something I want to see this through. He ran 4 times, and then Congress essentially it was legal. I mean, basically, he didn't break a law, but because he had such a long tenure, they passed the 22nd Amendment. So you got Reagan and Clinton and them joking about it. Hey, I'll just but nobody ever this, that, and the other. But Trump's use of propaganda and fear, you'll see the Trump 2028s and things like that. But and people have brought it up over the years. They brought it up during Obama. They brought it up during not Bush. Was it Clinton? I think they brought it up during Clinton too. Several people, members of Congress, have brought it up. But it's just never. The 22nd Amendment is the 22nd Amendment. If you break that, it wouldn't be. There's nothing judicial. That would just be you trying to break it, and not on noon of the first. What's the name in January or what? I think it's the 20th. There will be a new president every 4 years unless that president got elected. And I'd like to see them break that. There's certain things in the Constitution, whether it's attacked or this, that, and the other, there's been stress tests of the Constitution. It's been pulled to the brink. In some cases, you could say they broke the Constitution, but we still have it. It's still a living document. It's something I believe in.
I think that most of y'all think because he wasn't successful the first time when he tried to subvert democracy. I think that because he wasn't successful, that he ain't gonna be successful this time. And I'm here to tell y'all, he got rid of all them motherfuckers that was wanting all them bureaucrats that just go by the rules and shit. Them motherfuckers ain't in there no more. They long gone. We got podcasters and Fox News hosts and Robert F. Kennedy and all the rest of the motherfuckers. And like, he done away with that part of the White House and the executive branch, right? Y'all got to understand that part. And he knows
why does he got to use trickery and deception and manipulation, man? Why he just can't move it? Why he got to work within the limits of the law? Why you got to find an extreme point of the law to manipulate? How come he's just not moving in mass and force if you got all of this?
It don't work like that, bro. We talking about real life here, man. He's not just gonna wake up and be like, you know what, fuck it, I'm going against everything. You actually have to convince the country, bro. Like, I don't, you know what, I'm just gonna be the fuck quiet now. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of the times, again, it's exactly what I said when he got elected in. America is gonna get exactly what the fuck we deserve here, y'all. We're gonna get exactly what the fuck we deserve. Right? The economy fucked up. That ain't good enough. You know what I'm saying? When I was talking about how you gonna fuck off the economy, right? Y'all said, oh, you do this now. Corey, you're fear-mongering again, right? When I said the first time he wasn't going to leave office, right? They said I was a wild ass nigga, right? Then he started a riot. They tried this. They was because bro, y'all just don't understand what they tried to do there. Yes, they were unsuccessful. Yes, but this time, believe me, y'all, they're not gonna be. There's not gonna be, bro. I'm trying to tell y'all. I think we had already had our last election, and y'all didn't even realize it. Y'all didn't even realize, like, when y'all voted the last time, that was probably gonna be the last time y'all vote. That's what they trying to do. But y'all go ahead and keep on saying that, the three equal branches of government, when he already said, man, motherfuck y'all on everything he done been took to court on.
Yeah, I can go ahead. I'm not about to argue. I'm not doing the political argument thing. Like, what he said stands. Y'all, if y'all want to dispute it,
if you disagree, you got the political science degree.
No,
we want to tell that nigga he wrong.
He's not wrong.
What are you talking about?
I didn't say he was wrong. That's the thing. I think he's being hyperbolic.
I'm terrified. So I need you to tell that nigga you don't know what you're talking about. He can't do that because this, that, and the third, and the Johnson Act and 1553 will tell you can't do that, and this gonna stop, and this branch of government can be. I need to hear that shit.
No, I wouldn't tell you that. I'll tell you the fact. I'll tell you the facts. Listen, Corey's message. I
don't like it.
Corey's message is it is
and you don't agree with him.
No, I don't. But
exactly.
Yeah, I don't.
Do you disagree with him though? That quick. Do you disagree that if Trump had his way, that is what he's trying to effectuate though? That's what he wants. I don't. But you don't think so?
I agree that any person, unchecked power by any person is dangerous. So just so we're clear, right? The reason why I said y'all should go get informed is because if you saw the other uses of it, it would give you a clear understanding of.
I disagree with him on that part of it. The plenary power, he has that part of it wrong. But insofar as what Trump wants, he got that part right.
I mean, I don't. Yeah. No. As far as what he wants and what he says and this, that, and the other, I the only way I can have any sanity, Haskell, is that I have to focus on what's happening, not
what's likely to happen. Yeah,
not what a person wants and this, that, and the other, or what they're saying, and I'm focusing on the policies that are being passed very closely. I'm paying attention to. I'm not paying attention to. You can't, Haskell, because if you do, then now that's that sky is falling syndrome. I don't have the energy, nor the time, nor the patience to have political conversations about the worst possible scenario every single day. Like,
but I'm sitting here reading 2 days ago in Los Angeles Times, California Attorney General Bob Bonta has won multiple lawsuits against President Trump, protecting over $160 billion in funding. So why does he just keep winning? I don't understand this. He tried to take California federal troops to invade Portland, Oregon, National Guard troops, and he said no, and he lost. Like, he keeps losing. There's people fighting him.
I think what Reggie looked. I mean, not Reggie. I meant to say Corey.
He's looking at federal court. That's what I told y'all.
He's looking at.
They took him to federal court and they won, but then they took it to the Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court said, "You niggas is fucking crazy. He can do what the fuck he want to do." Y'all ain't listening to me, man.
Listening to me. We didn't win. They didn't do that.
You know what? Since y'all not listening, I'm just gonna be quiet, bro. I'm gonna let y'all ride, bro. Because y'all ain't following democracy. I am.
Hey, Chef,
y'all not following it. I am, though.
Get that nigga.
That's why, Chef. Because the thing is, he's not incorrect. And if y'all just do simple searches like what Anathema just did, Anathema would be correct. But just understand, if I told you It's like working in a nuclear reactor, Chef.
So both of them right? No, somebody got to be wrong.
No.
They're
both correct. What you didn't listen to what Corey said, then you don't understand what I'm saying.
No, I do. But if he said that to counter what Corey said, and Corey is ultimately right, then anathema is wrong.
No,
he said that
no, he's not. You're not. Listen.
Oh my God.
What anathema said was what anathema said happened. That was right. He was correct.
I know, but it got to be the spirit of what somebody said. You got to take into account.
I don't even know what them two is talking about. I don't know the spirit of what they're talking about.
So hold on. So that's what I'm saying. So one of them has to be right. If Corey already then laid out that the Supreme Court then struck down with the law of federal court, what they won with the law of federal court, then if Corey is right, then anathema is wrong. Anathema said that the counter what Corey said that Trump was actually doing.
Okay, so what Trump tried to do in California, anathema is correct that they won the initial lawsuits, correct? Yes. And then when Trump went behind, or not behind, went above and went to the Supreme Court, the law of the land, it took some time, but then he won. So anathema wouldn't be incorrect in what happened in the smaller courts. What happened?
He would be wrong.
Does anybody else understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why we don't never get no understanding.
No, we don't get no understanding because you want to yell and figure something out a different way. You just don't want to deal with it.
It got to be simple. No, it got to be simple.
No, it's not. Politics is not simple.
Bro, who won in the end?
Corey.
Exactly.
So I'm laughing because today.
Who won in the beginning? Wait, and Logic. Who won in the beginning?
No.
No.
Hey, you won the first quarter of a basketball game. Did you win the game?
But if a person won the first, if the score after the first quarter was anathema 25, Corey 21, and anathema said the score was 25-21, he would be fucking correct. And then if Corey said, but I won the fucking game, he would be correct too. Two things would be correct. I'm not trying to argue with y'all, bro. Like,
hey, can I say something?
I'm laughing because Chef is arguing with you about not arguing with him. He arguing with you about not arguing with Corey. That is just making me laugh. I'm sorry. He said, tell that nigga he wrong.
I feel like y'all playing double dutch. Like that don't even make sense.
No, we just not. No,
tell that nigga he wrong. This dude shut his face.
You want niggas to constantly be in some state of anarchy and chaos. I don't listen.
Because y'all got me wrong, man. I didn't lose like a year.
Let me say something real quick. Let me say something real quick.
No, hold on.
Let me say something real quick, bro.
Hey, listen. Hold on. Everybody,
I didn't lose this argument.
Yeah. Give me a second, bro. Hold on, Nathema. I don't want to mute you. Just give me 1 second. I will have a political conversation with y'all, bro.
All right, thanks, man.
I will definitely have a political conversation with y'all. But if y'all want to have a conscious community type political conversation, I'm not participating in that shit. Everything ain't got to be anarchy and chaos and fucking the sky is falling. I'm not gonna tell Corey.
Can I say something real quick?
This is crazy.
I think ultimately what it comes down to, Brass, is Corey is correct. You know, Trump has, been successful in so far as subverting the Supreme Court. But I think ultimately the point is it's still not nearly enough to bring about the type of autocracy that him and his cronies would like to see come in. It's not enough.
In Haskell, in a calm manner, I'm gonna tell you, the Supreme Court has also kicked Donald Trump's ass on a number of topics. So if we go back and forth saying he owns the Supreme Court and he does this, that's just not true.
I'm saying even if you were to presume, let's say Even if we were to presume that he did, though, Brass, it's still not enough because the separation of powers is still there. You still got the legislative branch, which I anticipate the Democrats they should.
You can shove the separations of power.
Hold on, real quick, Corey. Hold on, Corey.
You talking about
Hold on. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point, right? So, and then you still also have, remember, each state is also a state within itself, right? You still have the legislatures of those states, right? So, yeah, I agree with Corey. That is what Trump is looking to effectuate, but it's not enough. And to Brass's point that he brought up, he's been rebuffed by the Supreme Court also. So the sky isn't falling. It's okay. We'll be all right.
Go ahead. To my point, I wasn't just talking about the little thing that they lost in the court. I was talking about the actual wins. I can read them off if you want. They just won and forced the U.S. Department of Education to pay money that Trump was trying to withhold. They just won a permanent land injunction against the feds when it comes to payments associated with state. They just won everything that Trump tried. They won over $160 billion of cases were won against Trump. And then y'all talk about the one little incident where he went and got something overturned at the Supreme Court and didn't say I lied. But when the whole point was that Trump, he said that everything Trump does, when he goes to the Supreme Court, it gets overturned and he wins. And that's a fucking lie. Corey cannot see that.
Listen, it ain't my fault that y'all ain't been following democracy. And y'all ain't gonna tell me, oh, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about just because I have been following democracy. That's what y'all want. I understand that that's what y'all want. That's the same thing I want. I want the same thing that y'all saying. I want it. Believe me, I want what y'all saying.
Corey.
That's not the reality.
No, Anathema, don't cut him off. Don't cut him off. I just want y'all, just because this ain't some conscious community shit. In this particular conversation, I'm just asking for one rule, and hopefully we can use it in other ones. Could y'all stop saying y'all and just speak to the motherfucker that y'all talking to? Anathema speaking to Corey. Corey, you're speaking to Anathema. I didn't say y'all. I actually said you were correct. And Anathema, Chef, not Corey, said it wasn't us. It wasn't y'all. Just say a name. It makes it clear because most of everybody in here is on mute anyway. So just talk to the person, then we can move forward. When y'all say y'all, it don't make sense. So Corey, he's talking to you. He's not talking to us. He's talking to you.
Yeah, the guy just told me that he told him to come. So
yeah, he's talking to you.
He told him I was waiting, so that's why I'm waiting on it.
So go ahead, Anathema. Just say Chef said that's not true. So Chef can respond, and we can keep the conversation correct.
I don't know what y'all talking about.
He just said you were incorrect. He just tried to say it was all of us saying that, but he's saying he's speaking to you. He's not speaking to us. So go ahead.
I just came back in. What was I incorrect about? Ain't none of these my argument.
Go ahead, Anathema.
I was trying to get clear what y'all saying.
Is that Corey said odd. That's what he said. He said everything that Trump loses in when he goes to the Supreme Court, it gets overturned, as though he has this impunity. And I counteracted. I said, no.
I never
he named the specific
all. I never said the word all. Just to let you know that.
All right, man. All right. Okay. All right.
See how easier when y'all talk to the person, not just the group of everybody.
If you didn't say that, you implied it directly in your statement, man. Because you said everything. Every time he goes there, whatever he lost gets overturned. You didn't say some of the things or the most important things get overturned. That's not what you said, D. And knew the way out of it. That's a thing.
All right.
No, I was telling Haskell to mute. But y'all go ahead.
No. What I was saying is that
oil leak. I want a price on the fix.
Because he said when he went there, he's always getting overturned. His victory, he corrupted the whole Supreme Court to where anytime he loses in a federal court, the case get overturned in the Supreme Court. That was his implication. And then I just ran down a list of quick cases in California that he got permanent injunctions against, that he literally lost. So you can't say that everything in the federal court get overturned. Now, if he would have kept it to some significant things that he wants to point out and his fear-mongering campaign, then he can do that and say these things were significant and they were overturned. They were not upheld. But he didn't do that. He didn't apply that.
You know what?
Yeah,
that's the last time I'm going to be accused of fear-mongering. I'm not going to tell you niggas shit else about democracy anymore. I'm done talking about democracy with you niggas. That's it. I'm done.
Why are you possibly doing that? Because anathema is anathema.
No, because every time I say something, right, it's too early for most people to understand, so they call it fear mongering. But the thing is, I follow this shit. That's why it comes off as too early to y'all or fear mongering. Because I actually follow this shit.
I literally been hearing Brass definitely tell you that he's not saying you're fear mongering. I'm not saying it, and I think that you raising a good question.
I'm talking about that.
Well, he the only one saying that. I'm just making sure that you hear the only person saying it. So, but I think it's an interesting question, and that's why I'm trying to. I'm trying to get Brass to say more of so potentially. If he actually did have this plentiful power, would a person like that, does it give him a better chance of doing it? Like, if we kind of getting off topic.
Better chance of doing what? Better chance of doing what?
Better chance of keeping his seat longer, right? Or having the potential to do more things outside of the Constitution.
No, because Plenary
gave y'all the biggest clue.
So what's the
biggest clue? He didn't even realize he gave y'all the biggest clue. He said somebody stayed in office because it or was going to stay in office because of a war. Right. So what is it? Y'all didn't look up plenary authority? Nobody looked it up.
I already know what it is. I didn't need to look it up.
No, I'm asking other people than you. You got a political science degree, so I'm not asking you. I'm asking everybody else on the panel. Nobody took the time. This has to do with your democracy, your life, right? Nobody took the time to look the word up.
No, but listen, that's what I'm saying.
Some of us already know about the term.
I'm saying, I don't know. Tell us about it. Brass got the political science degree. Inform us so we can understand what y'all saying.
I can inform y'all, but I'm not a teacher. I'm not about to start doing that stuff. The second thing is, too, I done explained it. You just got here. I already did that. And I've said Logic I just explained it to Logic, and Logic asked me the exact same question he asked me 20 minutes
ago. Not only that, I gave
I'm at least trying to bring it back to.
I know you're trying to bring it up.
I might be able to go over it with you.
I'll answer it, but I'm just saying the plenary is it's within the term limits of the government. I mean, not the term limits. It's within the limits of the Constitution. So it exists
limited by jurisdiction.
It exists within the boundaries. Breaking term limits. I'm trying to separate the two. Breaking a term limit is unconstitutional. A term limit law is self-executing, meaning it will literally end. There's nothing you have to do. It just ends. So after the end of your 2 limits or whatever, 8 years, however it works, even if you split them up, at the end of those 8 years, that law, it kicks in self-executing. It's just done. It's over with. You can't do it. The only way you would get around that is similar to being Ibrahim or something like that. And he can't even do that because he doesn't run the military unilaterally. Even if Hegseth is the leader of the Department of Defense, there's too many safeguards in place to believe that all of a sudden him, Donald Trump, and Hegseth are just going to take over the military. That's the only way it could happen similar to other countries, like a coup.
Do yourselves a favor. Jeffrey, you gave him the biggest clue, right? Do yourselves a favor and understand what Brass has just laid out as what the plan is. You see what I'm saying? Like, of course, the term limit, that's what everybody agrees that that's what's in the Constitution. Brad didn't say nothing wrong, but he didn't say nothing that nobody else don't say. The term limits are constitutional. The legal term, plenary authority, that's in the Constitution. I never said none of that wasn't in the Constitution. That's not my argument.
That's why I didn't say you were wrong. That's why
that's not my argument. It's about how you use this. It's the usage of it.
You cannot use plenary authority to overturn the Constitution. That's what Brad said.
Listen, you ain't even looked the word up, so I'm not talking to you no more.
I know the word. I know the word.
I'm not talking to you no more.
You don't have to look it up, B. You learn that word in Poli Sci 101. If you go to college and you take political science 101, they give you that word. So come on, man. Did you pay attention when you went to college?
Yeah, the military can't keep a president. Listen, and this is why I'm trying not to. And I understand Chef's. Now I'm kind of understanding what Chef's saying. I can definitely give y'all the information, but the only way I could do it is by somehow it's all going to go against, other than the facts of Corey's argument. But when he keeps saying there's a canary in the coal mine, why he keeps saying the war. But even the war, the 22nd Amendment is absolute. Even wartime, and when we're talking about FDR and war, remember, the 22nd Amendment didn't exist. Term limits happened after Roosevelt. There's been no war. Many presidents have been at war and then lost their election, and the war went to the next president. So it's happened over and over and over and over again. If we want to somehow say now that will be the way they do it or something like that, you can say it. I can't tell you that you're wrong. I could just tell you that it hasn't happened, and I don't think it's going to happen. But it's not. This isn't the type of thing where I can tell you not to, because I would encourage all of y'all to go look up plenary authority. I'll go look it up. It's happened before.
The Capitol had never been attacked before. No president. No every change of power has went smoothly. Every single one in American history. The overchanging of presidential power, one president to the new incoming president, every last one of them motherfuckers in U.S. history has went smoothly. Except for one.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Now,
from president to president.
That's not. I can just go Bush Gore, Corey. We all know that didn't go smoothly.
We can't even have an honest conversation.
Well, no, because you just for you to say. No, you just made an absolute statement like that. That doesn't make sense.
Gore conceded.
Yeah, but was that smoothly? You think
the election was stolen and sent
I'm not talking about that, Corey.
They did a recount. And he lost fair and square.
So that was smooth, Corey?
Yes, it was. That's how democracy works.
So what was not smooth about? So you're saying the Capitol riot?
The insurrection. The insurrection wasn't smooth.
Okay, so you're saying that the insurrection...
It wasn't smooth. No, it wasn't smooth. No.
No, but that was the election not being smooth, Corey?
The overturning of presidential power to the next new incoming president.
Who was the president? Okay, who was the president after the insurrection?
Obama.
He don't understand what you're saying, Corey.
Yeah, I guess he don't. Then I can't explain it no better.
Right.
We can't have an honest conversation no more, bro. This is what I'm saying, how we get to where we get. And now that Robert F. Kennedy is the Secretary of Health, bro. Y'all think that don't got nothing to do with this conversation? See, this is the problem. Y'all it's like a one-track mind. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can only think down this track, and that's it. If we get off that track, then we ain't thinking the right way. That's not how it works in real life, bro. That's not how this regime is working in real life. They're not giving a fuck about all that shit y'all talking about. They don't give a good goddamn about it. And everybody else, just like I said, what y'all said, LLC, somebody told her to go in the bathroom and hide. Well, guess what they're going to do again? While we sitting up here talking about the three equal branches of government, AOC gonna have her ass. Somebody gonna tell her to go back, get your ass back in that bathroom and hide your ass up under the toilet stool again. Chuck Schumer and Cory Booker and man, please, these niggas. You know what? Y'all go. I'm done. I can't. I'm fear mongering. I'm a fear mongering crazy nigga, right? All this shit didn't happen already. I never said anything that didn't already happen.
Stop with the James Brown, put your coat on, walk off the stage, run back, put your coat on, walk off the stage, run back. Like, just talk, Corey. Like, you just keep, like, I'm going to just stop. And then you, whoa, and then you take the coat off and start singing again. Just talk, brother. We don't want to, like,
what I'm saying is, if I'm making y'all scared,
you're not having the conversation with them, though, Brad.
I might need to shut the fuck up.
You started off saying, I'm not going to say nothing. And now you want him to say something. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why, that's why I said the same question again, right? Because what we're looking for, and I think everybody looking for, right? Like, what are the things to stop Donald Trump crazy ass when he get an even bigger label, at least for what it sounds like, right? If he granted this with no limits is what it says. Like, with a person like that, you know what I'm saying? What's to stop him from going too goddamn wild if he didn't already storm the cap?
Because it's not just no limits, man. It's no limits within a certain jurisdiction. Y'all not interpreting the actual concept of the law right. The Constitution is where the jurisdiction is limited. So you're saying you're going to use something within the Constitution to overturn the Constitution. It don't make sense. You might as well just throw the Constitution away. There's no reason to use it.
We're saying that Trump don't respect the Constitution. We're saying we have a president that.
Then why would he be using the premise from the Constitution?
To get around shit.
And that's what he does. It's a show of force. But he's not going to use that to get around the Constitution. Y'all don't understand what y'all talking about negates the whole preliminary clause, the whole Constitution in of itself. Like, he would not need no Constitution if he wanted to do what
they think this a movie, Shepard. Like, he gonna wake up in the morning and say, fuck it. You know what? I'm the boss of everything. Fuck you, nigga. Like, they think this a fucking movie, Shepard. They don't know that you gotta walk. They don't know how to slow walk a motherfucker. They don't know how a scam artist, right? When he get a mark, when he see a mark, he don't go up and rob the nigga. He slow walk that nigga. See, you niggas is not, that's why I know half you niggas wouldn't stand a chance in my city because game has been running all day, every day, and a motherfucker will talk you out of your wife's panties. Because y'all think a motherfucker that's going to scheme and scam you going to walk out the door and say, nigga, give it up. No, he wouldn't be why would he need all the charisma and all the nice clothes and the good vocabulary and the nice smelling cologne? Why would he need all that if he just going to rob your motherfucking ass? No, he going to finesse you. Look, listen here.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Listen to y'all. Listen.
Hey, Corey,
I'm saying has already been done already by the nigga that I'm telling y'all that's gonna do it. So listen, the scam, I'm telling y'all, the scam artist done already scammed you. Now I'm telling you, look, he running another scam on you. And you study telling me, no, because the rules in the game says he can't scam me. But I'm telling you, bro, he already done ran the fucking scam and he trying to run the same motherfucker on you. And you telling me, no, because it's the rules. The rules in the game says he can't scam. That's what y'all keep telling me. It's wild to me, bro. It's wild. It's wild as fuck, bro. I don't know. I don't know what else to say to y'all. Go ahead.
Corey, can I expand on what you're saying a little bit? I think you're telling the truth, but I think the reason why that, you know what I'm saying, people might think that, you know what I'm saying, what you're saying is just like, oh, it's too much, because of the fact that you're given a focus, you know what I'm saying, on one particular thing. And when you do that, it allows people to say, oh, well, that's not that serious. You know what I'm saying? Or that's not necessarily possible. But if you angle it to, I mean, if you show everything that he's been doing, you know what I'm saying? Not just, you know what I mean, the one thing, but I mean, it's so many things unconstitutional that this dude has been doing. You know what I mean? Like he started out with Roe v. Wade. Like then he went from Roe v. Wade to birthright citizenship. You know what I mean? Birthright citizenship to immigration, and his tactics for
Testing the
deportation.
water. That's how you test the water.
Like,
You don't jump right in that motherfucker.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's so many different angles that he's attacking the Constitution.
I told Logic not to cut you off, bro,
to,
because you're going in. I told Logic about the due process. See, they were the rest of them wasn't on the phone when I told them about the due process, right? But the whole due process thing, y'all think that's why I keep bringing up the Mexicans, right? Because due process is a part of the Constitution. Do y'all know that? Did y'all know that due process is your constitutional rights? Due process, them Mexicans, them illegal ones, right, that got their feet on American soil, in the Constitution, it says they need due process. How much due process them niggas giving? How much does Donald Trump give a fuck about the Constitution? And what is AOC them doing about it right now? And Chuck Schumer. What's Chuck Schumer doing about due process, about the Constitution? See, I don't have to keep giving out examples because these niggas already know the examples already. Y'all keep telling me, well, you gotta give it. They already know that. That's why I ain't giving none. Because they already know this shit already. They fucking around. And this is what I told Logic and Mujasi. What we've been out here doing, we all been out here fucking around. America, the whole United States of America, been out here fucking around. And you know how I know we've been fucking around? Because we finna let a reality TV show host ruin our goddamn democracy. We already can't even trust elections no more. He already got a certain amount of us saying, you know what, I don't even think that, the elections be rigged. The deep state and all of the rest of the shit that he talk about. You see what I'm saying? But go ahead. I'm just a fear monger. Go ahead though, y'all.
You cooking. I mean, I agree with you. So I just wanted to expand on it, you know what I mean, a little bit for maybe the audience or whatnot. But you cooking. Like I have no argument with nothing you're saying, Corey.
I don't get this logic, D. I don't get this logic because if you destroy the Constitution, you don't have no union no more. California is not going with Donald Trump. They got the fourth largest economy in the world. Those white people are going to fight him. There's going to be war. It's not like you just become some dictator and all the states are going to stay together and you just run in a union. You can't send the National Guard everywhere because they're from those places. They're not going to fight on that side when it comes to that. They're not getting paid no more like that. Their funding is going to start being state-oriented. What you're saying is that they're ready to just go to civil war and have a Republican side of the country with a dictatorship, right? That's what you're saying, right?
This nigga ain't seen
everybody's just gonna put it under Donald Trump. You thought you believed it? That's crazy, man.
He ain't seen that yet. He ain't seen it.
There's too many states that don't agree with Donald Trump.
You know they gave him a $20,000
So you're saying that he's gonna subvert the law and then people are gonna abide by the law. It's crazy, man.
Listen.
Yo, B, you just had a long time to talk.
Hey, one at a time, yo. Why you keep talking over the nigga on purpose, yo? What the fuck is that?
I want to know.
He wasn't talking. He talked over me.
Hey, one at a time, bro, please.
Logic. Hey, Logic, listen. How much would your neighbor give a fuck about you, Logic? How much would your neighbor give a fuck about you if I gave him a $20,000 sign-on bonus and eliminated some of his student loan debt? How much do you think your neighbor would give a fuck about you, Logic? We better quit playing. You niggas, and you see it on TV. You ain't see them Mexican ICE agents shooting other Mexicans in the fucking face and dragging Mexican women down the fuck. Man, y'all quit. You niggas is living in some type of land or dream world that I don't know where you niggas is from, but I want to be there. Give me a ticket. I need a ticket because I need to be a resident of that motherfucker. Because that's the most utopian dreamland place in the fucking world right now. Oh, these people is from there. So you ain't
Right.
watched
So
none of the news lately. Then. You niggas ain't watched no news lately. Because these people from California, they ain't gonna smack their own California neighbors upside the face. Logic, again, I ask you again, Logic. How much would your neighbor give a fuck about you if I gave them a $20,000 sign-on bonus? I bet you won't answer that question.
nah, they wouldn't. They ain't gonna get no fuck about me. I'm in a bad area though. You probably can't even hear me.
Yo, and I just want to say, I don't know why we why you talking about war? Like, why you think it's gonna be a war though? Like, what kind of war are you talking about? Like a war in the courts?
You're telling me
like California ain't all Democrats.
What holds the country together is the Constitution. Then you're telling me the man is going to destroy the Constitution, and then somehow there's still going to be a union around him being a dictator? That's what they're going to be the union around? Did you destroy the Constitution? Who's going to buy? What's going to hold the states once he destroys the Constitution?
Well, I didn't say destroy the Constitution. What we point out has been, let me give you what the actual, argument is. The argument is that Trump has been attacking the Constitution at every single turn since he's become president. As soon as he got in there, he started attacking the Constitution and started trying to reinterpret the Constitution to the point to where he has taken things to the Supreme Court, which he has favor in order to get things interpreted in his favor. So if we're seeing this in natural real life time, why would you then sit there and say, well, the Constitution is perfectly fine. It'll be ain't nothing wrong. Bro, it's a reason why the Republicans. It's a reason why the Republicans stacked the courts. It's all strategic. Everything that they're doing is strategic. Not only do you have to listen to it from Stephen Miller, but you can also go to what's old boy named Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon is telling you, it's giving out the whole plan. Like all of these people on their side and in power, in position to make choices, are telling you what they're doing, and you are saying, no, hell no, y'all tripping. That ain't gonna be able to pop. Bro, they doing it in your face and they telling you what they doing. And it's either y'all not listening to these people tell you what their goal and mission is, or like you with it. You like you on the same page as them. And that's I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, can I respond, man?
I just want to ask
I'm not going to finish the fucking point.
Anathema. Can I just ask? I just want to ask a question, and you can take the mic, bro. Because you just have to inject some fact. I'm trying to do what Chef and them are asking me to do, but it's not going to work because once everybody gets emotional about politics, y'all skip facts. So I just want to ask a very simple question to you, C. Dot. Has Donald Trump beaten a single article of the Constitution?
No, and that's not what
No. It's a simple yes or no. It's a simple yes or no. No, I'm not saying you say no. That. Okay. No. It leads to another question. Is he the only president that's attacked the Constitution?
No, I was going to bring that up, Bryce, in my response.
So then when y'all are saying all of this, it would help if y'all would explain, and then Anathema take it from here. And then I helped you out. I gave you the alley-oop. Then when y'all saying these things, right? Now, he may be unique in the modern sense. He may be unique in culture. He may be unique in media. But he is not unique in the things that he's doing, because a lot of presidents have attacked the Constitution and nobody's won. No one. Nobody. It's undefeated as Floyd Mayweather. That's why I'm listening.
Right, but you.
No, I'm listening to
I
you.
think
I'm definitely
I
listening.
got you, but I think you're missing the point of interpretation, because I
Let him
made
not
that
come up.
word
Let him
very
not
clear
come
when
up.
I
No,
used it.
see that. I didn't say that to
It's
dispute you or
interpretation.
rebut you. Yeah, I didn't say that to
Okay, go ahead.
rebut you. I'm saying, no, this is the informational part. This is why I don't want to fuck up the information and the emotion conversation, right? But I just wanted to eject some information, because you'll have people thinking that don't know no better per se, or uninformed and ignorant to it, that he has actually destroyed the Constitution and that he's the one person that has done it. Lincoln did it. A lot of presidents done it. Obama did it. Biden's done it. They
I don't
all,
know.
when they're trying to get stuff passed, attack the Constitution. He's not unique to Donald Trump. It's unique to Donald Trump in the modern sense. It's unique to him in the modern sense, but that's not. This isn't.
Okay,
This
typically
this isn't a
do
unique
president,
thing.
but I'm saying, do you know the goal of those presidents? Do you know?
To save the union.
Do they ultimately? No, wait.
To save the union.
Do they tell you? Hold on, wait. Let me get the question out.
Okay.
Do those presidents tell you what their agenda is prior to? Do they tell you what the agenda is?
Well, not
They do,
all,
right?
No, yeah, not all. No.
They don't typically tell you what the agenda is before they attack certain aspects of the Constitution.
No.
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 Okay. So this president is given the agendas. This president and everybody surrounding him is giving the agendas. They're telling you what they're trying to do. So what I'm saying, I'm not telling you that they're destroyed the Constitution. I'm saying they're working to change the interpretations in the Constitution to benefit white supremacy.
Yeah, but the amendments,
which is what they're telling you.
Correct, but the amendments that the only thing that's unique to Donald Trump is how he denigrates the Constitution. But even if they're telling us what to do, just listen to what I'm about to tell you. Even if they're telling them what they're going to do, even if they're denigrating, what's unique is how he'll tell you that the Constitution ain't shit, which is new, or he'll tell you that it shouldn't be legitimate, which is new. Now that's a new thing. But I'm saying, as far as the Constitution in and of itself, he hasn't defeated an article. That means it's working.
Okay.
The Constitution.
Okay.
The Constitution
What did it take?
It's just like a muscle. It's not. It's gonna be stretched.
Okay. Quick question.
Hold on. It's gonna be.
What does it take? What is?
Hold on. It's gonna be stretched. It's gonna be. I'm not just talking to you, C. Dot. Like I don't like for nothing.
I know. I'm just trying to. I'm always trying to add to this. I'm not trying to just argue with you.
I'm not going to argue at all. That's the difference to me and probably everybody in here. I'm not going to argue with it at all. What I'm saying to you is the reason why Corey keeps saying fear mongering. Most of the people in here, and this is no shot to them, they're more well versed on the fucking sub-Saharan whatever bullshit in Egypt than well versed on what goes on from day to day. So when y'all say shit, it's not fear mongering. They just don't know. So I'm just saying, I'm trying to say some things that they can use to fucking be aware of what Corey is saying. Be aware of plenary authority. Be aware of the term limits. Be aware of this administration's attack on the Constitution. But I'm also trying to give them information so that they go into it informed, not uninformed. Y'all conversation when y'all talking about this, not y'all. You, Corey, and whoever else is on that particular side of the argument, you're talking to people that are severe laymen in politics. So y'all, it comes off as fear because they're ignorant to it. I'm just trying to add some what's the name, that he hasn't defeated the Constitution.
I agree.
That's all. So I'm not.
I agree with what you're saying. I just wanted to. No, I want you to add. And the reason I'm trying to get into ask you the question because I want you to keep adding context. So, like, what does it take? Because I know that you're enlightened on a lot of these subjects, but what does it take in order to amend the Constitution? In order to create an amendment to the Constitution, what does it take for that?
Well, you would need the states involved. You would need you would need a lot more than just him talking shit. Like it wouldn't be well, he could just say this and he could just do this. It wouldn't be in executive orders. And also understand that certain articles of the Constitution are absolute. So for him to, there's a whole, it would be like the way it was described to me is that it would be like the tightening. If you're watching Donald Trump, don't look for him with a gavel. Look for him with the tightening of a belt notch, meaning it'll be one step here, one step there, one step there. But you would need the states. The states have to be involved in moving anything in regards to the Constitution. That's why I wasn't concerned about birthright citizenship. Remember, this is a government for the people, by the people. This is not just Donald Trump saying whatever he wants. This isn't even government just saying whatever they want. So it gets a little sketchy. Hold on, it gets a little sketchy. It gets a little sketchy when we do that. When we do the Donald Trump can just.
Hey, my background not crazy, is it?
No. We just I had to mute it before because you were talking about
but nobody did that though, Brass. I definitely didn't do it.
No.
That's what I'm saying. Like
I'm not. No, I know you're not saying that, C. Dot. Listen, I know you're not saying that. You specifically will understand what I'm about to say. When you're talking to somebody that don't know much on the subject, you ever heard of it's a joke. We talking about funny movies yesterday. Kevin Hart said in 40-Year-Old Virgin, when he was in the store with that TV, he said, I don't really understand what the hell you just said, so I'm gonna assume you're talking about my mama. You ever heard that statement before? When a motherfucker really don't understand what you're talking about, it can only come off as fear. So when y'all saying plenary authority and all these terms and this, that, and the other, you would think Donald Trump just created some shit and he's about to fucking I call it the sky is falling syndrome.
Right. And I get that. I get what you're saying.
We gonna cut off anathema 1,000 times. Let anathema go. Let anathema go.
Never fucking talk on here, man. Go
ahead, brother.
You know what I mean? In high school government class, you learn about they gotta propose an amendment, and then after the proposal got to go to like the committee or Congress for the 2/3, and then after that it got to be ratified. There's a whole fucking process. You just don't change the Constitution because you willy-nilly. I don't care how much people you put in a position. There's still going to be a 2-3 year process to even get the fucking thing proposed. So I don't understand how they talk like this. When I look at this, I see Donald Trump is somebody that's pressing this white supremacy by showing a force in our government. So he goes around manipulating y'all laws, and plenary authority is one of those laws that allows you to use extreme force in a specific specified jurisdiction, a specific specified authority, not to overturn the Constitution and destroy the fucking country. It's to show a force and push the limit. It's political propaganda. I don't know why they can't see that.
So let's
my thing is,
I'm gonna do a quick because I'll answer your question specifically, C. Dot, in a second. But go ahead.
My thing is, right. You know, we always say that we respect expertise, right? And the closest thing we have to an expert on the panel explained clearly what it is. I said the closest thing we have. The closest thing we have to an expert on the panel explain what plenary power is and what it isn't. You know what I'm saying? So, but some people they once their mind set a certain way, they just gonna be stubborn about it. You know what I'm saying? But carry on.
So I'm gonna bore the hell out of everybody, and I'm gonna bore the hell out of everybody for 2 seconds, okay? So just want you to understand something about the Constitution. Answer C. Dot's question.
I feel like y'all defending Trump.
See, this is the.
Hey, nobody pay attention to that. He trolling. Don't take the bait.
Ain't nobody trolling. Y'all defending this.
So the
crazy democracy, man.
there's a three-step in regards to amendments to the Constitution. There's 3 steps. Now, see, Anathema, he said part of it, but it's actually deeper than that. So the 2/3 he was discussing, simply put, the 2/3 is just the proposal part. So you need 2/3 of Congress, and then you'd have to go to the Constitutional Convention. By the way, in 235 years, the Constitutional Convention has never even been used. So when we're talking about changing amendments in the Constitution, just understand that the first step, the second part of the first step,
We off topic.
Yeah, you know what you said the other day, that niggas could not go to a school that you went to because nobody would ever learn. You're 100% correct. You diagnosed yourself. No, C-Dot asked the question.
Yeah, but now we acting like that.
See, but you see how you said you the political scientist, you the one that could bring it, but you don't want that, bro. But you don't want that. You just want to argue, bro. And I
we were talking about for real.
I see why Baltimore failing though. I see why.
Yo, because he's telling you the process after the two. You gotta go to the two ratification.
Oh hell yeah!
They don't understand
no fucking question. Psycho, jump in here. We having a political conversation, but I was answering C-Dot's
Yeah, because I'm still because
a bunch of red herring.
I don't know why he keep talking about people don't know what they talking about, but I actually, you know what I'm saying, understand how.
No, I know you
ratified.
do. Yeah, no, I know you know.
Yeah,
I'm not saying you.
No, I'm saying I'm not talking about from you, Brad. I'm talking about from Stupees. Is that Stupees or Buddha?
No, man, Buddha, man. Listen, it's me, man.
Buddha. I'm sorry, Buddha.
No, listen,
like,
no.
I understand.
I'm not saying
that's
it
why
in that way, but I'm saying when you leave all of that out and just say Donald Trump could just somehow skip over all of that, then you stand the
No, I didn't say that. But I didn't say that. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think you mixing up my questions with like the argument that was going on beforehand. Like, I came in on the back end of the argument.
I can concede
so what I was trying to do was and what I was doing was adding context. That's why I came in and told Corey, like, allow me to add some context so it won't be looked at like you just saying this specific thing. So if we widen it out and you show the different ways that Donald Trump has attacked the Constitution in multiple different ways. And then also, everybody can go and research Steve Bannon. You can go and research Stephen Miller. I mean, you can go and research all of these different people. Go and research the Heritage Foundation. All of these different people that have control in his party right now. I mean, in his cabinet right now. If you go and research these people and research what they say and what their agenda is, they tell you. So I'm not jumping off a bridge to try to fearmonger anybody. I'm saying, like, I get where Corey coming from. I get why Corey is as passionate as he is about it, because I'm the same way. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm as passionate, but I think it's a better way to break it down to where people don't feel fearmonger, because it's not necessarily fearmongering when it's facts. You just giving out the facts of the situation, bro, doing some real sketchy shit, like, and it's all based on a white supremacist, white nationalist, Christian nationalist agenda.
But see,
and if we don't understand that and try to actually review that and go and research what those things are, go look up Christian nationalism, look up white supremacy, look up white nationalism. You'll understand what we're talking about. Go look up what J.D. Vance was talking about 8 years ago, how the white man is getting left behind, and all of this stuff is right there for you to go research.
But see that
I
think everybody on the same page when it comes to the intent of these people. I don't think there's nobody on the panel disagree on that part.
So that's my point though. Like, if we understand the intent, then I don't see why we be so amazed that with Corey's passion about it. You know what I'm saying? Because of the fact that look what they doing, and eventually, like, if it's not affecting you immediately, it will affect you in the long run if we're not looking at the setup.
But
and
then
it's all being set up right in front of us, and we like, oh well, shit, it's all right, man. Shoot, Constitution,
but in the same
it's
token,
going.
sometimes when you say somebody states accuracy in the political conversation, you call it picking a side, but not you. It gets called picking a side, right? When you start just saying the Constitution and checks and balances, that shit is boring. That's why I don't like to talk about it. But in the same token, what won't you said won't you don't feel it immediately? It might attack you later, but that's also the Constitution's strength. You might not feel protected immediately, but you definitely going to get protected later. Like it's just not like I can only go back to the Constitution. I can only go back to that document. That's all.
And I feel
the funny thing is, the funny thing is, hold on, see that. The funny thing is it seems like I'm the one it's like I'm the one saying Constitution, and the no amendment in 235 years. The Constitutional Convention hasn't even been brought in 200 something years. I'm the one saying that. But in these conversations, you got to understand from my side, I can only listen to what y'all saying might happen, or look at this and read the tea leaves. And I'm telling you that the document ain't lost. But I'm the one somehow on the lower side of the argument, because y'all telling me, well, this person said this, and this person said that. That it's you know.
That's why
I'd rather y'all just yell at each other, because I'm not gonna participate in that.
Who said they were going to change
that's why
the
I was trying to
Constitution?
explain that there's shows of force within the political government. You're going to challenge the Constitution. You're going to use whatever executive authority, whatever privileges they're granting you to press the line. And Trump is about pressing the line to the fullest extent. That's what he's doing, but he can't subvert the whole thing, because then there's no point in pressing the line. It's like you took the ball and went home. It don't make no sense. The game is over. How are you going to do something in the game? And they have this in-game mentality. I don't know why. I don't understand it. But what I'm saying is I can see what you're talking about, because I understand how the Constitution has never been defeated. But I can also understand political power, and how within those political power, you're going to exercise whatever measures you have to the extreme based on the agenda and the propaganda and what you're trying to push. And then the people behind you are going to come behind and try and press that extreme probably further. And then other people are going to come behind and try and counteract that and move it back some and this and that. So it goes. But the way they're talking is like it's over it. And I don't agree with that.
Don't say they. Can we be specific?
And that's exactly what I said.
I mean, the people siding with the Tory is the sentiment Tory.
That's exactly what I said
sentiments of
earlier.
Tory. Let me put it that way. The people that side with the sentiments of Tory. So that way I don't have to attack Corey or anybody. Just their sentiments.
Agrees with the sentiments of Corey.
I do.
So then you speak. So C-Dot, he's talking to you. Okay. Yeah, he's talking to you. That's why it's better to do that so that the person can address it, not just everybody bringing up.
Well, I think it's. I made it pretty clear.
Sometimes it's not as good.
I think I made it pretty clear though that it wasn't. I made it pretty clear though that it wasn't about the extremes. I feel like Corey has a reason to view it in an extreme manner because of the many different ways that these things are being attacked. Regardless if he's losing right now or not, there are many things, as you already admitted, that he's pressing the line on. Many things that can affect us eventually, if not immediately. As we see him going into black neighborhoods or whatnot in all of these cities across the country, taking the National Guard. I don't know. I don't know how. I'm trying to understand your viewpoint or you and Brass's viewpoint as far as it not being that serious, or you feel as if like these certain things can't be done, especially amending especially amending the Constitution, or especially looking at how the MAGA movement is. Like, it's a cult movement. It's not your typical, conservative versus, you know, socialist or whatever. Like, this is going cult. You know what I mean? This is going. They using the Bible and a lot of the stuff that they doing. So, like, I don't get how we not seeing, like, okay, well, a cult is trying to take over the government of this country, and we viewing it like, oh well, that's all right. The country gonna take care of itself. I don't understand that viewpoint. So you have to explain that viewpoint to me more so than coming from mine.
Because in short, the Constitution is not a trend. The Constitution's been here. It's never lost. It's never lost. It's been bent. It's been stretched. It's been pushed, and it's never lost. Never. I just told you the initial part to amend the article of the Constitution. The Constitutional Convention, the state part, the 2/3 of states that would have to even agree to the proposal. They had the Constitutional Convention. Hold on, the Constitutional. I'm not just talking to you, see that. The Constitution. I'm not saying that as a. Sometimes when he shows you educate.
Oh, no, I'm not. Oh, my bad. I'm on mute because I was just agreeing with you. I wasn't. I wasn't trying to.
No, I got you. But the Constitutional Convention has never been used. And that's just in the proposal. We ain't even got to the other two. Like, you haven't. That's why I was trying to read it earlier before the nigga in the back of the class started screaming out because he didn't take his medicine this morning. I was trying to explain to you how difficult it would actually be. So is he testing it and attacking it? Yes. Am I saying I'm the one saying everybody needs to be aware? But I'm saying don't just be aware because you watch the news. Corey has a unique insight. Y'all think Corey just watched the news. So when he say you ain't see this on the news or you ain't see this on YouTube, Corey actually is a nigga that'll go to Congress. He will go to the Library of Congress. He will go to Turner's Library and Lynn's Library. He'll go to these places and read these documents and get well informed and then make statements. But he makes a headline statement, or he makes it in the concrete Corey way, and y'all think he just ranting. No, it's a lot of information behind that shit. But when you saying it to people and then they just go watch the news, or they just go watch YouTube or some shit like that, now you created fanatics. They don't know the actual steps that have to take place. The Constitution has never lost. So in my stance will always be aware, C-Dot. But once you become aware, go get informed the correct way so that when you hear it again, you understand that Congress, even in plenary power, you would think in the full. Corey said plenary and plental. But even plenary power is, you might have control over a section of the road, but plenary power is not over the entire highway. Because if we want to talk about plenary power, states have plenary power also. States have plenary power over education. No, hold on. They have education over zoning. They can zone their shit however they want to. So plenary power is not a headline thing. It just sounds crazy when people don't know what it means.
Well, no, I think that's what I'm saying. I think the way that Corey brought it, not to speak for Corey, but I think the context in which he brought it up was that Stephen Miller mentioned it in the interview. So after Stephen Miller, after he said it, he caught himself and act like he was stuck in a trance. So I think that was more so the sketchy part, like why he brought it up, why he caught himself bringing it up, and how he reacted after he did it. Because it was like almost damn, did I just say that out loud? Damn, I ain't mean to say that.
Yeah, you can tell they talking about that shit.
Want to back that up. Yeah. So exactly. And that's the scary part. The scary part is not like what we think they're capable of. The scary part is what they think they are capable of, in my opinion. I think that especially with them having the power that they have, The scary part is for them to even go to those extents. Because like I said, they deported old boy. They deported that one dude and had to bring him back. They deported him, had to bring him back, but it was 3, 4, 5 months later before he got brought back.
But that's how the
So
Constitution. But that's how the Constitution works.
Can I respond? Can I say something? Because
it was unconstitutional what he did.
When he did that, though, y'all extrapolate him too much. Because even people say he tried to clean it up. But when he brought up the article after that, under which he could have plenary powers about protecting that is true. He can have plenary powers within that specific jurisdiction about providing resources to support the National Guard while they're in deployment, doing something for the sake of the government. And he can exercise that clause within that context. But I don't know if this is on purpose. Y'all take the phrase, but y'all don't look at the context in which the phrase is actually being employed and used. And then y'all act like that's an excuse. And y'all just extrapolate from the phrase to mean dictatorial authority, which the phrase and dictatorial, they're not synonymous. And that's what's going on here.
Nobody said they were. Nobody said they were. I don't know what part of what I said you was listening to. I don't know what part of what I just said you was listening to or not listening to. But what I said was the way that it was done during the interview, and as soon as he said it, he stopped as if he knew he mistakenly said this. That was the scary part. It's what they're thinking. I'm not even discussing what plenary, plenary ruled. I'm not on that no more, bro. Like, you don't have to keep stressing that same point. I understand it. Like, I don't know why you want to keep addressing me with that same exact point over and over and over again.
What I'm saying is that because of this glitch, it's allowing this conspiratorial theory to go on as though they meant this in some push towards authoritarian or dictatorial, something like that. That's the only thing you can get out of that. Why is it scary? Why is it scary?
Have you read Project 2025?
What would the
Have you read Project 2025? Have you read Project 2025? No. Okay. So if you read Project 2025, then matter of fact, you ain't even got to do that. Go and listen to Steve Bannon, one of the people who ran Trump's campaign in 2016.
I'm not worried about Project 2025.
You're not what?
I'm not worried about that.
And see, that's what I'm saying. So that's why I'm not we're not. It don't even make sense for us to have a conversation because you're not worried about what their agenda is. So why are we? Why are you even I don't get what the point is of talking to you. You don't care about the people in power's agenda. Why are we having a conversation?
Bannon isn't empowered though. I mean, he has the ear of the president and stuff like that. That's just like, your J.D. Vances and your Charlie Kirks and all them.
Not only the president, his entire administration.
We know his whole they're all white supremacists. We get it. Everybody understands that.
So how are we saying we don't care about the agenda? Like that's my point. Like if you don't care about the agenda, how are we having any conversation about black empowerment?
I think what he's getting at is you had various administrations that were constructed the same way. You think this is the first white supremacist administration that would want to see these sort of things implemented? Like, it's par for the course, bro. Yeah, I think that's what people.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing? So is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Exactly right. Give things that's good. That's what I mean by
is it a good? Is it a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, it's definitely
a white supremacy a good thing or a bad thing for black people?
It's a bad thing, but the point that he's making is if you weren't running around saying the sky is falling 4 years ago or 8 years ago or 12 years or whatever, there's no need to do it now. Because this guy has a lot of bluster and he makes a lot of noise and put out a lot of propaganda. Is nothing especially different between now and the past for us to be really going crazy about it. He's just louder. He's louder.
I don't understand this. Save my life. And I think that is the scary part for me. And like I said, that's the part of Corey's passion that I could understand is because you have people that make like the kind like I don't understand it. I don't understand it to say, and it's like this whole.
I don't think
Well, you know what? It's
He talking. He talking.
so if it happens, who cares?
Let him get his point out and act.
Yo, he been making the same point for a long time.
All right, go ahead, cut him off.
Okay, go ahead.
I wasn't trying to cut him off. I was trying to add to it the same way he did. I wasn't trying to cut him off and necessarily contract. I was just trying to add to the statement in the morning of the floor. Because I think he said something interesting. But then you say I cut him off, but we can't even have a conversation.
It's on you. The floor is on you, brother. Go ahead.
No, you had said something, and then when Sheffrin come in with that, it make me feel like I forget my train of thought because I was trying to capture in the conversation flow. You just said something that triggered my mind for a second. And I was going to respond to that quick because, I went on for a minute. And I was like, yo, let me catch him right there. But then Sheffrin come in like me just cut you off, and I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I was just trying to add on to a team.
No, go ahead now because he probably lost his train of thought.
I'm cool. I can still go. I mean, because I was saying that, you know what I mean? Like, I don't get, it's scary to me how black people can see that white supremacy and power and be like, it's all right, it's cool. I don't know I don't get the non-urgency personally. I don't get it. I don't see how or why black people will feel like, hey, this is it's just par for the situation is what we do. Like I don't understand that type of thought process.
No, what I was saying is I think there's an overreaction to what's going on. That if you get power, like I said, within the limits, you're gonna find the loopholes and this and that to push your agenda to the fringes. Because now, once you push it to the fringe, the other people gotta come and respond to that. You just same way the liberals did. Once you get too liberal, you gotta come with an extremity to push it back a little bit, and then people gotta respond from that point. So once, they had the whole liberal thing going, now they done went far extreme. And then they're gonna measure it back. That's how I see it going on. So this overreaction that suddenly all of a sudden, because they have this agenda to try and push this fascism and this authoritarianism, that's already been going on. The fascism, the authoritarianism, the same parties coming out of the same college and the same the contestants being in the same club and all of that. Those people already been in a conspiracy for maintaining that type of power control. And the whole of we know of that. So there's no way this man is going to just come in and collapse all of that because there's some racist people that he puts over here and puts over there. No. That's not how America works. I don't believe that. Because I haven't seen that.
Okay, but but it should be overreaction, right? And that's the biggest problem. Like, I know y'all gonna say I'm doing too much, but one of the biggest problems with Germany in the 30s is people were saying that it was no overreaction. So they got slowly rolled into shit that, was irreparable after a while. You dig what I'm saying? So if you say, okay, we always had racist presidents and there was no and the shit ain't go to hell, but there was always supposed to be overreaction to that shit. You feel me? Like if your laws and stuff is getting twisted around and that shit is gonna affect when Roe v. Wade and all of that shit got overturned, you dig what I'm saying? There should have been great overreaction. You dig what I'm saying? Meaning all of our lives is changed and affected by that. You know what I mean? So there should be overreaction to due process being shitted on. You dig what I'm saying? Because it might be happening to the Mexicans now. You dig what I'm saying? But you think that shit can't start rolling back on us? You feel me? Man, get the fuck out of here. You overreact.
Now explain.
Okay,
Now explain. Hold on.
It's the same thing. Hey,
let me respond to Steph, please. I will be brief.
He wasn't talking to you, Anathema. He was talking to everybody.
I'm talking to everybody.
He wasn't talking to you, Anathema. You don't got to rebut that. But now explain the difference between the climate, not because you know history. Explain the difference between the climate of Germany and the structure in Germany.
I'm not. That's why you trying to throw me off. That's what y'all do. I was just using that as an example of how shit can roll. Well, my bad. Well, strike that from the record. And then use everything else I said.
I had a more focused response, Chef, because what I'm saying is that the overreaction is just a response to Donald Trump, right? The overreaction is not creating more civic engagement. It's not making you vote different in your local community. It's not making you counteract by put people in power. You are just giving up and saying that we got to overreact because you're treating him like he's the Führer. When you have, like, but Brass is speaking to, you have far more civic opportunities to oppose this, even in your local community. So even when you got rid of federal Roe versus Wade, that don't mean that you can't change it in your state. But most people give up in our state. Most people give up in our state. And they say they state is Republican, or they say it's Christian, and they say they don't want these things. No, I do know, because in other states it's still legal. So the onus was thrown back on UNO. So you could have still had, you still could have those things without the federal government. You understand that you got, but you're not getting civically active based on Donald Trump. You just fearing Donald Trump.
I know you want to argue against me, but I'm not even trying to have an argument, right? I'm just trying to be informative again, right? And again, what I'm trying to tell you is it's the same thing that happened with the Patriot Act. Everybody said, well, no, bro, your state, you ain't got nothing to worry about, bro, because you can fight that at the state level, at the city level. Like, why is y'all tripping? Why is y'all fear mongering? They're not gonna have a camera. You're not gonna be on camera all day, every day. But now they done got to the point where you comfortable. Before, like 25 years ago, you would have never been comfortable with the amount of surveillance that you're comfortable with today. That's what I'm saying. They don't jump out the door tomorrow and say, oh, I'm an authoritarian today. Like, y'all keep thinking that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to fear monger. I'm saying those things that y'all saying to do, if you ain't informed, then how the fuck you gonna know to do it? That's all I'm saying. Being fucking informed is all I'm saying. I'm not saying go pick up and go hide under the fucking bed. I'm saying understand what the fuck when games being fucking ran on you motherfuckers. That's what I'm trying to tell you, nigga.
And
Good.
I don't know. Somebody was talking. I'll stand down. Somebody was talking.
Nah, I was just telling Corey to cook, man. I'm sorry.
Okay. Even within the Patriot Act, if you really want to look at the Patriot Act and understand how the Constitution works, like Corey is saying, go look at where the Patriot Act stretched, bent, fucked with the Constitution, attacked the Constitution, and then also look at today versus 2001. Look at today. We're going to look at today versus then, and that'll give you a good history lesson. If y'all want to do a class on that shit, it would be boring as hell and nobody would show up. But I can also show you how the Constitution worked in the Patriot Act, and I can show you the difference between Nazi Germany and the United States in 2025. But that wouldn't be, I don't think that y'all would enjoy that. So it is what it is. The fear,
I would.
It would definitely be, what's going on is this is headlines versus just simple law. And I know you're saying, well, fuck the law and this, that, and the other, but in every case, the Constitution, that's how the Constitution works. It bends, it stretches, and then it checks itself. Part of the reason why we haven't had that convention in 235 years is because, and Corey, Okay, I'll pose a simple question to the panel and see if y'all see where I'm coming from. Corey or anybody who says they know civics, why hasn't there been a convention on the proposal, like where it passed Congress and went to the states on a proposal in regards to changing the Constitution? What is the actual reason why it's never even made it that far in 235 years? Y'all go.
They decide the case over states' rights or federal rights issue, and one of those triumph, so that they don't have to go into constitution.
No, but what's the actual danger? What's the danger? What's the danger?
Oh, the danger.
The reason why it never makes it to that convention. Why? Why is it so dangerous for why it doesn't make it in 235 years? Why hasn't it made it to that convention?
I would still say the same answer. It violates the relationship between state sovereignty and federal sovereignty.
I'm asking a question. Did CDOT ever say that they were trying to change the Constitution?
Yes.
No, sir.
You said that?
No.
I ain't hear you say, hey, Corey. Hey, Corey, did you say?
Yes. Yeah, we were talking about, yes, you talk about time limits.
No,
yeah,
I did. They didn't say that
no, but we were talking about time limits. Corey said verbatim, we've had the last, do y'all know that we've had the last election we're ever going to have? That's changing the Constitution.
I don't know if they listening.
Was you saying that, Corey?
He did say that.
I never said anything about changing the Constitution. I said,
No, you said it was the last election that we had. You said that.
We've ever had. That's changing the Constitution.
That's changing the Constitution, right?
Damn.
What are y'all saying? Hold on, let me get over here because I can't hear y'all. I think y'all.
Maybe he said Trump said that. Did he say Trump said that?
I feel like
no, he said, do y'all know? Oh my God.
Hold on. I'm gonna be able to hear you in a minute. All right, go ahead. I can hear you.
Did you not say? Do y'all not know we've had the last election that we're ever going to have?
I said it could possibly be the last election. Absolutely.
Well,
You didn't say possible.
Why?
Now y'all being disingenuous.
Run off the deep end.
This is crazy.
Oh man. Yeah, so I specifically said reinterpret.
No, listen. Can I qualify my statement?
Which is what they did.
Can I qualify my statement?
No, but Corey, but you can qualify the statement.
Corey, I heard you say possibly. I heard you.
Hey, we are now the House of A. This is the House of Consciousness.
Let me
we're not having a political conversation. This is
let me say this real quick.
Consciousness.
Hold on, real quick, guys.
So now
please, let me say this before I go back on mute, please, guys, please. If the conversation is just to win an argument against me, then fine, I'm gonna concede, right? My point was to inform y'all about this, and what I said was, it's possible we probably had our last election because what Donald Trump is trying to do again is stay in office. That's what I said, y'all. Y'all didn't hear me say that. Y'all didn't hear me put that y'all didn't see me write that in the general chat yesterday. Did anybody, does it cross anybody's mind that Donald Trump is not planning on leaving the office? Didn't hear me say that
I'm not
years
now?
now?
I'm not talking about yesterday. I'm not talking about yesterday.
No, I'm talking about today too.
I'm not talking about yesterday. The conversation that we were having earlier, Logic asked the question also, what would be to stop? Hold on. What would be to stop Donald Trump? It was talking about plenary power and Donald Trump and the Constitution. And then you came in and said, maybe you made a mistake, bro. I don't have a challenge with that. But I know what I heard, and I know what other people heard that they just won't say. You said,
I said what I said. If I never made
Hold on,
no
let him
mistakes,
finish
though.
though, Corey. Let him
Hey,
finish
today
saying what
I
he's
didn't
saying
make no
though, bro.
mistakes. Everything I said is what I meant. I never made a
Yeah,
mistake today.
let him finish
Go
though.
ahead.
If we're talking about having our last election, to everybody on the panel, not just Chef, Corey, C. Dot, whatever. If we're talking about we've had our last election, that's changing.
Possibly, yes. Mm-hmm.
That's changing the Constitution.
That's what that's doing is doing what I said earlier. That's taking the Constitution and wiping your ass with the
You
motherfucker.
cannot take
You
the
ain't changing
22nd
it.
Amendment and wipe
It's
your ass
not
with it. It ain't
changing
that
the
fucking easy.
Constitution, bro.
You
It's not
cannot
changing it.
You cannot, no matter what y'all can yell these headlines and all this, that, and the other. That's fine, and I'm not gonna stop you.
I didn't say
because
nothing about changing it. No,
but I think
go ahead.
you would, in order for it to be our last election, you would have to change the Constitution.
Or you can take that motherfucker and you can wipe
I
your
don't know
ass
why
with
y'all. You know what's funny? Y'all be saying let's have a conversation, and then as soon as somebody presents any fact counter to what y'all saying, y'all don't want to have the conversation.
You're not even saying what I'm saying.
No, I am. I'm not even talking to you.
Oh, okay, because you're saying change. I'm not saying nothing about changing.
In order for it to be our last election, you would have to remove the 22nd Amendment. In order to afford to be our last election, would you or would you not have to remove the 22nd Amendment, Corey?
Now you're talking to him.
Yeah, because I said his name.
Oh,
Well, he's building America. So for the people on the panel, in order for Donald Trump
to saying the same thing over. I'm not talking about changing anything. If you're asking me about changing something, I'm not referring, and I've not been referring to changing anything all day to day. What I've been saying is, what he's trying to do is take that motherfucker and wipe his ass with it. Is what I'm saying.
And what's going to hold the country together?
Him
and what's going to hold the states together?
And a bunch of other presidents have tried to wipe their ass with it, and then they came and went. He tried. Y'all could say there was an insurrection, and it wasn't a smooth transition of power, and the transition of power. All that shit happened. I'm gonna say some facts. All of that shit happened at the Capitol. Whatever you want to believe, whatever you want to think, whatever you saw on the news, and then the motherfucking transition of power happened that same fucking night. So if you're saying the insurrection delayed the change of power, cool. But that shit it literally happened at around 3 o'clock in the morning. It just got moved to 3 o'clock in the morning, and the power transition just as smooth. And I'm telling you, the Constitution is built in that way. Sometimes it will bend, sometimes it will stretch, and then that motherfucker will snap back with immediacy. I don't even know if that's a word. So I will believe in that more than a motherfucker making a slip up in an interview and causing the whole world with social media now, Instagram now, motherfucking you say something at 4 o'clock, at 4:01, the whole world's gone crazy with no education. None. Corey, you just said it yourself. You sat in here and talked about plenary power, and all the motherfuckers most of the motherfuckers that's up in arms about it, that's gonna hear this show, don't even know what the fuck it means, nor will take the time to go doing the research and understand how it works. So what I'm saying to y'all is, yes, it will be bent. Yes, it will be stretched. It's a muscle. It's a living thing. It's been attacked by more people than Donald Trump, Lincoln. It's been attacked by Reagan. It's been attacked by Biden. It's been attacked by Obama. It's been attacked. Presidents attack that shit to get shit done in their way, to speed the shit up, because the Constitution is built to move slow. But the other part of the Constitution is that they know niggas like Trump was going to exist. That's the beauty of the motherfucker. They knew then that a nigga like Trump was going to exist. Because remember, they were trying to get away from a king. The Constitution is built for niggas like him. So he can talk, and he got Twitter, and he got all this shit that he can use. But I'm telling you right now, the change that we're talking about, and I'm talking to the panel, not just you, Corey, not just you, Chef or C. Dot, everyone. Understand, go and do your research on if the Constitution has ever lost. It's built to snap back. The Patriot Act, yes, That's a perfect example Corey gave of the Patriot Act. Where they bent that motherfucker, they stretched that motherfucker in regards to privacy. Now understand the years after that, how that motherfucker snapped back through lawsuits, through checks, through balances. So miss me with all this. I can listen. Hold on, Corey. I'm putting y'all. I'm taking y'all headlines. I'm taking y'all headlines and putting them up against Floyd Mayweather. A motherfucker that might have got his teeth knocked out. He might have got stumbled a little bit. He might have got chumped a little bit. But the Constitution is Floyd fucking Mayweather. So y'all miss me with all these motherfucking headlines and, oh, well, this could happen and this could happen. And, you know, we might have had our last election. We possibly had our last election. Well, goddamn it, the sun might not come up, but that bitch keep coming up. So tomorrow morning, I'm going to assume that motherfucker is going to come up again. So if y'all think y'all headlines somehow beat an unbeatable document, y'all crazy as hell. And that's a conversation we can't have. Because y'all just yelling, y'all doing headlining and all this dumb shit. I'm bringing the Constitution and y'all bringing headlines and slips of tongues and interviews and shit. Leaning on the goddamn Constitution. I never slipped the tongue. I know you keep throwing the shot like I slipped the tongue. I never slipped the tongue. I said what I meant. I never made a mistake. No, the slip of the tongue wasn't you, Corey. No. The slip of the tongue was not you. The slip of the tongue was not you. That reference for slip of the tongue had nothing to do with you. It was Stephen Miller's. Now I'll be more clear. The Stephen Miller slip of the tongue with plenary power. I'm not talking about you. I'm not. If I'm talking about you, I'll say Corey. I haven't been bringing a number of facts, though. That's all I brought today was facts. That's fine. And I never. And you know what's, Corey? You letting the rest of this motherfucking panel make you forget. In logic, I don't know if you can come off mute or anybody that heard us earlier. You're letting them make you. I don't know how. Forget when I fucking said I agree with Corey. And that honestly, I don't want to do anything because I think what Corey's doing is good. Even what Chef said is good as far as the overreaction. I think even that's good because it makes you aware. But when you become aware, what you should do is go do research before you become aware and just go crazy. So I told everybody on this panel I agree with you. But you keep saying I don't agree with you. It's like y'all don't want me to agree with you. I agree with everything you said and you brought facts. I said that earlier and I'm saying it now. So all this, I don't want to do the House of Consciousness when we do politics.
I don't like the way you agree.
Egypt and all that. Y'all do that in Black Egypt. This ain't Black Egypt.
Well, I think is it important to bring facts to the table? Is the information important?
Corey hasn't made one statement that was incorrect in what he said. I'm just also adding the context of when y'all bring up things like when Chef brings up Hitler and Germany at the time, and when you bring up the Patriot Act, you also have to talk about the part where the Constitution fixed that and how we are different in Germany. Niggas just don't want to hear that because we're just discussing headlines. I'm discussing the law.
Yo, Bryce Vine, it's bothering me as an English teacher. I just want to let you know. Immediacy is a word, and you used it correctly in your prepositional phrase.
Okay.
But why no?
I appreciate you. Yeah, I don't disagree with Corey. That's why I didn't. This is turning into what I didn't want it to do. See that? I agree with Corey. I have no issue.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I think you agree with him too, and I think that the issue that we're having is that it's made like it's not a big deal, and I think that's the more important part because it's not like we saying, okay, well, this is happening. How do we respond to this? It's more. It's just being like, oh well, shit, he doing this. So what? He like to break. He like to say stuff. He like to, but we not taking it seriously. And I think that's where the miscommunication is coming in at because it ain't being taken seriously. And I think Corey's taking it more seriously than some other people on the panel. Not not to be specific, but just in this conversation, he seems to take it more seriously, and he's being taken as a person that's hyper or being hyperbolic. When I think that he's really just trying to come into, bruh, like when do we start doing something? When do we start, pushing back on what's going on?
Do you pay attention to the general chat every day? This is why I don't argue with Corey on politics. Me and Corey was actually going to do a show called Trispan because I noticed off the rip he understands politics based on the shit that he posts and the things that he say about what he posts. He has a deeper understanding. But what Corey is actually doing is something that he's already stated in the chat. Yesterday, when Chef was fucking posting African skulls and protruding mandibulars and shit, Corey is saying y'all so concerned about that shit that y'all not even concerned about this shit. So this ain't even a surprise that Corey sometimes hyperbole is needed to shake the room to change the conversation. See, Doc, do you understand that yesterday we were talking about octopuses and Sprite and African tribes and shit? That's why Corey got to be hyperbolic to change the narrative of the conversation. So I don't have a problem with hyperbole because I know why he's using it. It ain't fear mongering. He's trying to shake niggas up that think we can sit in this bitch and talk about fantasy football and goddamn African tribes opening up Sprite cans, when in actuality you got a motherfucker trying to take plenary power in the United States. So that's why I don't disagree. I appreciate it. But we just can't have these political conversations like they do on House of Consciousness panels. It ain't. Now we back to octopuses and sprites. Just separate the headlines from the constitutions. Separate your theories and what you think could happen from what has happened for 235 years. That's all I'm saying. It's like if a nigga say the sun ain't gonna come up, lean on the fact that the bitch always came up.
I dig what you're saying. I just, like I said, I think that is the miscommunication coming with seriousness of the situation. Nobody's really taking it serious. So I get what you're saying though. 1 minute, you know what I mean? If you're gonna take something serious at one point, you know what I mean, or whatever, you gotta do it all the time. But at the same time, I agree with everything that you just said, and I think that it'll help if people bring more information to the table. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't mind
just
though.
feelings. You know what I mean?
That's why I was trying to explain the logic. Yeah, that's why I was trying to explain the logic about plenary power. Plenary power has nothing to do with term limits. Nothing at all. Plenary is a power. We have plenary power over immigration. So that's why when y'all keep saying shit like, well, what he does to the Mexicans and all of that, when Chef says what he does to the Mexicans, I don't know exactly what he means. Sometimes Mexican is just all Hispanics or illegal immigrants and shit like that. Well, what he's doing to them can happen to you. That's a headline. But we do have plenary power. Congress has plenary power over immigration. That's within the Constitution. But when we start then trying to stretch it out to, well, if he did it with the immigration, then what about term limits? No, that's a whole nother conversation. That's the 22nd Amendment. And now we got to get into learning about how to get that kind of shit done. And in my original question, Anathema, about the convention, the actual danger, Corey, I hope you could chime in on this, the danger with bringing in, there's a reason why it never makes it to the convention. Because what can happen in the convention is this, and this is what most of y'all don't fucking know, is that when it gets to the convention, they can change everything. If you bring up the 22nd Amendment and it passes Congress in the proposal and it makes it to the states and it makes it to the convention, where 2/3, roughly 34 states would have to agree, where 2/3 would have to agree to change the 22nd Amendment, I hope y'all, now I'm about to be really fear-mongering, but I'm fear-mongering with a fact. In the convention, when they're discussing the 22nd Amendment in that proposal, they can change everything. They don't only have to talk about the 22nd Amendment in that convention. They could talk about all the amendments in the convention. That's why it never makes it to the convention. That's the true danger. That's what I was trying to tell you earlier, Anathema, when you gave me the facts. But most people don't know that that's how it works. So it can't make it to the convention. It can't.
And that's why you need the 3/4 ratification.
Well, that's to change it. Well, you need that. You need that in order. You need that in order to even create an amendment. So,
right,
like
in the
that,
proposal,
you get what he's saying in order to change
no,
it.
that's just the proposal. That's not the ratification of the proposal.
That's just the proposal. That's the first step. Well,
right.
It's the second. It's the second part. It's the second part of the first step. That's the thing. If like for example,
right.
If you proposes it, right? Let's say you propose it. If Congress proposes it, that's 2/3 of the state. But the thing is, it don't explain who's going to run the convention, how the delegates are chosen for that shit, and it doesn't limit the agenda of the convention. So now you would have to go with Chef and say, see, I would be terrified if the shit made it to the convention. Now we'd be having a whole nother conversation because that's not a headline.
Exactly.
That's a fact.
But I think it's too late though. It's too late to let.
Yeah, if we get to that point, we're done.
You too late. And that's my point. That's my point about the reaction to it is because when you have a radical government like what we have right now, a radical administration like what we have right now, which is why I partially agree with the Germany, the way he kind of framed that, because it's a process. You know what I'm saying? Propaganda takes time. And that's what I talked about before when I was talking about propaganda and how you can use it in order to boost whatever you're trying to accomplish, whatever agenda you're trying to accomplish. And what they're doing with their propaganda has been extremely effective to the point to where a reality TV show host is the president of the United States of America, not once, but twice. All of these beginning processes that we see in are not new to history. I agree with that part. It's not new. But the nuance is it's so relative to authoritarian governments from the past. Even though it might not be exactly like it is so similar. And even, like I said, the cult-like following that is gained from it. It's not just a basic old, Democrat Republican thing. No, he's completely turned around the Republican Party.
You cooking
completely.
You cooking. See, they don't add in. Forget to add in the cult-like following. See that? They forget to add that part in.
MAGA is real. That's what I'm saying. Like all of these things
have we had
a real aspect.
Have we had cults before? Let me ask you a question, C-Dot. I think I'm gonna just this is how I fight from this point forward. We've had cults before, C-Dot, correct?
Right. We have that cult. You mean just cult
okay,
in the country?
Yes. We've had powerful cults in this country before. We've had the Dixiecrats. We've had all kind of shit. Have any of them ever beaten the Constitution?
Beaten it? Yeah. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like I don't think. Like, okay, I have a different understanding of the Constitution because I feel like the Constitution was written by white supremacists. So of course, it is going to benefit white supremacists,
but it's never lost.
This is what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that I think that the Constitution was written by white supremacists. And I think that it's written to benefit white supremacy. So I think that it's already set up to help white supremacy. So if I'm not leaning on the Constitution like, the Constitution is gonna save black people. No, it's not. You know what I mean? So that's my point to it.
I didn't know that's how you looked at it. So that explains something more. That gives me context.
Yeah. I think amendments have been important for the Constitution. Because without certain amendments, then we wouldn't, it would just be pretty much reckless out here. So I think that originally, I'm not a type of person that will call myself a constitutionalist because I don't go by, like, I know that them white folks was thinking about other rich white men when they wrote that. They wasn't thinking about no black people, no Mexicans. They wasn't thinking about nobody else but rich white men in this country when they wrote it. So it was written to benefit them.
You say what?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Logic. Logic, you were saying, could we hear you? Go ahead, Logic.
Nah, I mean, I was riding through a bad area, but I was acknowledging. I mean, I was still trying to acknowledge the shit that you said to Corey way back then. How you started the conversation off agreeing with him. I mean, but it is dangerous, right? And like I get what you mean when you're like you don't want to have the conscious community sky is falling part of the conversation because you can't say anything past right like what your experience with it is, right? You looking at it through the lens of like what happened all the other times when people challenged the Constitution, and you know you keep having to go back in the same circle of it's never lost and it's been challenged. You know what I'm saying? So I mean I get what you're saying. I don't know if anybody else can hear it that way, but I at this point I guess I don't expect Brass to give another answer, you know, besides this because he's kind of made it clear that he don't have anything else to go off of, right? And we're kind of free. I ain't gonna say we, but you know, everybody kind of free to just use their imagination to create scenarios where it doesn't work. And he's saying the last 200 years shows that it actually worked, at least to stop Donald Trump from being able to stay in office forever. To that specific point, that's what he's saying. It has shown itself to hold up. That's it.
I agree with that. You have to put me on the side of Bryson or these ones.
I don't think nobody was ever saying that for me. So I'm looking at it where I stand at in the conversation is nobody. I'm thinking from my education. You get what I'm saying? That everybody who's been talking has been basically saying, you know, interpreting the Constitution, not changing it. Like the way that the Constitution is interpreted is what gives us power and what fucks us over or restricts us, right? Is the interpretation of those of the Constitution. Is how the executive power is able to use those laws. You dig what I'm saying? Enforce them by the interpretation given by the goddamn Supreme Court. So I think that's what we were talking about, not changing it. So when we keep going back to changing it, I think we're getting around what I thought the conversation actually was. That's why I always talk about, like, when a motherfucker say, they ain't gonna change it, now we getting into a red herring. What is people really saying? If ain't nobody saying that, but you make a straw man to beat that up, then and if you're just trying to be specific, right? So you can give people better understanding, but if you're giving them better understanding of something that they wasn't saying, then we missing the point.
Yo, Chef Ron, let me show you this.
Let him finish.
As the Constitution as it stands.
Let him finish talking first.
Oh, I thought they had finished.
We make points. We after somebody make a point, right? If I make a point about something, and then somebody come back and correct something that wasn't in the spirit of what I'm saying. Now we stuck on that. Like when I mentioned something about Germany, you get what I'm saying? To talk about how people in the society can go along with shit and not be motherfucking not be up in arms about it. And next thing you know, you look down the line a couple years ago and all your fucking rights and shit has been eroded. That was the point, not that we was going to become. You have to be aware of those type of things. You get what I'm saying? But we don't take that. Hey, did we ever turn into Germany? And you want to know about that? So we do that shit on purpose. You feel me? That shit on purpose.
I hate agreeing with you. I hate it. I hate it.
Like, I try to understand what a person is saying, not to just counter what shit and take the shit somewhere else. Like I try to really understand what's the spirit and what they're saying something in. Because I can counter it and then say, well, I ain't really disagreeing with you. But your counter then derail the spirit of what I was saying.
Yeah. What I'm trying to express is that the spirit of what you were saying is that somehow he could do this change without the processes we're talking about. And we already agreed to, like I said, you can press the line, you can have political propaganda, but the type of change that you're talking about in comparison to Nazi Germany would have to deal with the process that Rob laid out, or it would have to be overthrown. It would have to be overthrown.
No,
it was required, Chef. Like you saying,
I'm talking about the people.
You saying
I'm talking about the people. You see how people sit there and we don't get up in arms about, you know, certain shit getting changed. We watch the Mexicans get dragged out their houses and shit and all of that. I'm saying the people allow shit. I'm saying it was like the German people by them allowing certain things. Then when you look up the whole fucking situation and flipped on everybody. I'm not talking about the government per se. I'm talking about the people in that aspect. I'm comparing Americans allowing shit to happen to the German people allowing shit to happen.
And but what I'm saying is there's cities and sanctuary cities that's fighting against that. They're showing that's not against the will of the will of the people, and that's just exercising this federal authority under certain manipulations of the law. But there's a lot of people that's fighting against that. So it's not like Germany.
Yeah, you think there wasn't people that opposed shit that was happening in Germany? Are we gonna sit here and you know what? Never mind.
What are you
saying right now?
The crazy part, Chef, is it was niggas.
Chef, what you saying right now, Chef? Hold on.
He can't.
This is the shit.
He's trying to have what Chef is trying to do, and I understand what he's trying to do. I don't know how to. Okay, what he's trying to do is, I can't hear the words. When you say words like Nazi Germany and America in your comparison, I understand what he's saying. What he's saying is, don't focus on the literal sense of the statement. And I am a very literal person. So when I respond that we're not and respond with facts that we're not, what he's saying is, listen to the spirit of what he's saying. And a lot of times in these conversations, Corey, Logic, whoever's listening, the issue is I wish y'all would just say what the fuck y'all want to say and stand on what it is that you're saying versus me trying to figure out the spirit of what the fuck he's saying, because that's an impossible goddamn conversation. I don't know how the fuck I'm supposed to hear you say Germany, what happened with Hitler, Trump, what's happening with America, and somehow find the spirit. I gotta talk to y'all spirit now. So if I don't, so I'm wrong because I can't figure out the spirit of what y'all talking about. And I'm the one talking about Constitution. Y'all the one telling me the sky is falling. Corey is giving us information to be aware. And then, like, as Corey's giving information to be aware, niggas is yelling out the most crazy shit. Trump gonna be president forever. Nazi Germany. The Mexicans, they could do it to you. All this shit. So I gotta separate from what Corey's saying to the niggas in the back of the classroom just screaming out shit. And somewhere in the middle, I gotta find the spirit of what y'all talking about. How the hell can y'all have a conversation in that way? That's what I'm saying. I don't want to have a fucking house of consciousness conversation. This ain't the fucking HOK, bro. Sometimes you just gotta fucking just say Constitution and stop talking. Let Corey present all his information, all of the factual information, all of the headlines of what's going on, And then I can just say, well, this is what happened, and then move forward. The spirit is what's fucking up the conversation. Well, what about the Mexicans? They could do that to us. How the hell can you respond to that? Other than look at the Constitution. Well, he could be president forever. I say 22nd Amendment, and now y'all telling me, well, we ain't talking about changing the Constitution. You know what I truly think? That motherfuckers think that you don't have to change the Constitution in order for him to fucking usurp the term limits. So stop telling me to bring political, stop telling me to speak to your spirit, and on one hand, and then on the other hand say, well, you the guy that went to school for it, educate us. But you gotta make sure you educate my spirit too. Fuck y'all spirit, bro. I'd rather y'all talk about octopuses and sprites than have me start now trying to figure out the spirit of what y'all talking about. This is insane.
Brad, I want to ask the question right now. That's why I keep saying that without the Constitution, what would prevent these states from becoming their own country? Donald Trump?
Nothing. Nothing.
That's why I keep saying that if he was to do that, he would destroy the union, and a lot of states would just become their own country.
Yes, give me some ice, please. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. I don't.
Am I wrong with that, Braz? Was I wrong?
I don't know. I don't like the Black Egypt politics. If y'all want to Black Egypt politics, you don't need me for that. If y'all don't want to hear facts, then actually, here's the funny thing. Stop listening to Corey, too, because all Corey been giving was facts. Corey done gave y'all fact after fact after fact after fact. He's literally telling you this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened, this could happen. That's a decent conversation. I'm not speaking to the spirit of what Corey talking about. I'm speaking to what he's saying. I'm telling y'all now, I don't know how to speak to the spirit of what y'all saying. I wish y'all would just say what y'all saying so that at least I can speak to that. But I don't know what y'all mean when y'all say shit like Nazi Germany and Trump America. I don't know what y'all what you trying to say.
What they're trying to say, Braz, is that the Constitution ain't seen no white man that was as crazy as Donald Trump.
And I'm here to tell you the Constitution has seen Nixon. I'm here to tell you the Constitution, Richard Nixon told the government, I ain't giving you the Watergate tapes. I'm here to tell you Lincoln with the Civil War, he's seen, the Constitution has seen its logic. It's built. Remember what it was built for, which it was written for niggas like him, demagogues and kings and shit. It was written for niggas like him.
Making slaves contraband was stretching the Constitution.
So he's not no different nigga. Logic. The only difference in this nigga is I agree with Corey. Now we're electing, we're getting people that aren't quote unquote political, but the only real difference is the media. We got more social media, we got more people talking, we got YouTube and Instagram and fucking CNN and podcasts and
so that's the
we got all of this shit. So it seems like it's this overwhelming mountain of motherfucking this could happen, that could happen, this could happen.
So we're not supposed to discuss the issues
I'm
about
still
this?
talking, Chef.
I'm asking. So we don't.
I can't even hear what. Let me finish my point.
We don't supposed to discuss the issues.
No,
of
you're
our day,
supposed to.
like
No, you're supposed
yesteryear.
No,
so is our conversation any different than any other generation?
You just did the exact thing you said you hate when niggas do to you. You just did the exact thing, bro. You taking my point and going somewhere else before I finish with logic. You just said you can't stand when niggas do that to you.
That wasn't the same thing. I'm not gonna let you do that. That wasn't the same damn thing.
Bro, to talk to you is the love you. To talk to you in conversation is just I gotta appreciate you. That's all. I appreciate you.
I've never seen nobody do this before, but Chef was arguing with you for not arguing with Corey. That I've never seen a nigga do that like that. No. Not the way that was funny, but
my point is to close quickly. No, the Constitution has definitely seen niggas like Donald Trump. Yes.
All right. Well, yeah, that's the short version of what's at the bottom of all this, right? Is that Donald Trump is some sort of a way got a group of people in a unique scenario, right? And he could do stuff that could nobody ever do.
No.
Right. Well, that's what they.
So what President Nixon and them has protested?
He's not paying
People
those,
protested against shit that Nixon and them was doing. So the same type of public backlash and stuff existed in those times. So y'all basically telling us to just, just shut up about it. Like it ain't no
I'm not telling you that.
So if niggas is doing the same thing, niggas is doing the same thing now. People always do in political disagree. That's what we're doing. But for some reason,
I never told y'all to stop talking.
We're fear-mongering, and we need to just shut up, or we don't know this, and we don't know that, and it's ridiculous.
I never told you to stop talking. I never said you were fear-mongering. I never said none of that. You just making shit up.
Good, y'all make shit up. Y'all make shit up.
I never
like
said
every
stop
argument
talking.
that y'all
I never said stop talking. I said what Corey said is because he knows it, and a few people on the panel know it. Most niggas didn't know what plenary was. So when he was saying it, motherfuckers not understanding it, they became afraid. That's way different than fear-mongering. Fear-mongering is if you telling a motherfucker that knows exactly what's going on, and you just making up shit. No, Corey was saying facts that niggas didn't know, so they got scared. That's what I said. And I never said political discourse is important. So I would never tell niggas you can't talk about it. You just saying shit. You just saying it because we ain't talking about sprites and octopuses and shit. Like we actually talking about something where the motherfucking stopgap is the Constitution. There's no stopgap on these conversations we be having. You can take this shit all over the goddamn place. But when y'all discuss headlines, I'm going to discuss the Constitution. I'm going to discuss the branches of government. I'm going to discuss the checks and balances. I'm going to discuss what could happen versus what can't fucking happen. Y'all not even listening to Logic when he's having the conversations. Logic is the actual key to what we're doing. We were talking about plenary power, and Logic said, well, how would that stop the term limits? So we got a chance to understand the difference. Then Logic came in and said, well, has the Constitution's possibly never seen a nigga like Donald Trump? And now I can show you where specific cases where they've seen niggas worse than him. It's just now social media and all of this shit and discussing it is a lot different than in the 60s, where you motherfucking could riot and rally and this, that, and the other. You could see the protest, but you saw them the next day, 24 hours later. Now, when something happens in government at 4 o'clock, the whole world goes crazy at 4:01 with no research, no fucking education in regards to politics and how it works. They just go crazy. So when Donald Trump says, I'm going to be the president forever, or somebody else says, he's going to be the president forever, you'll think that's the first time somebody said it. And then when they say, oh, well, what about FDR and Franklin Roosevelt? They don't even realize that term limits didn't exist during FDR.
Hey,
So when I bring levity and facts to the conversation, y'all think I'm fucking it up when I'm actually trying to help y'all have the conversation.
Did y'all talk him bringing them generals in and trying to strong arm them, talk about if you don't do this, this gonna happen and all that shit, and the generals was just sitting there like, yeah, nigga, whatever.
Yeah,
he tried to get him to applaud. Yeah, so we get what Corey and C is saying. He's absolutely trying to become a despot. Like he brought the generals there to kind of butter them up, soften them up, to test their temperature, to see if he could become that tyrant that he want to be. You know what I'm saying? So it's good to have these conversations, yeah, because people need to be vigilant, because there's no doubt about it that he and the people behind him, they're absolutely dangerous, and they are trying this shit. You know what I'm saying? But I think what Brass is ultimately saying is he's not nearly as strong as how y'all think he is. You know, a lot of it is a lot of bluster and a lot of posturing. You know, because those generals, they were sitting in there, and then one of the former generals like, man, this nigga crazy as fuck. Like, we not listening to this nigga. Like, you can't even, we not allowed to applaud or laugh at no shit like that in the first place. Like, what are you doing? You know, so you know what I'm saying? Yeah, be vigilant, but just understand that there are people that are at the watchtowers. They're watching them. They see what's going on and they're vigilant. Trust me. Now, what I would like to ask is for the people who are saying we need to be vigilant and this guy's gonna do that, what are you guys doing and what are we doing insofar as what we can do on a local level to stave off what him and the Jared Vances and the Steve Bannons and all them crazy white supremacists are? What can we do, even if that was their plan or what they're trying to do? What can we do as smaller people to fight that? Hello?
Hey, can I
My
get a
fault.
word real quick?
I was on mute.
Can I have a word real quick?
Yeah, brother.
Hey, so y'all know, like during the first coup attempt, right? Don't y'all know Mike Pence was, you know, he was the one that was supposed to ratify the new president, right? Certify the election, right? So we like, yeah, the Constitution worked last time because they came back at 3 o'clock in the morning and then they voted and then Mike Pence, he ratified the election. Guess why? Guess why they ratified the election? They was like 10 feet away from not ratifying the election. Like 10 feet, literally. You can go back and look at the video. The reason why he was able to come back at 3 o'clock in the morning and certify the election is because the motherfuckers that was in the hallway cheering, hang Mike Pence, with the gallows erected outside, because y'all forgot they actually had a gallows erected outside, right? The reason why he was able to come in and do that is because they didn't find his ass. Because don't y'all understand? I don't think y'all believe what the white folks was gonna do. Y'all don't understand that if they would have caught that hunky, they would have strung his ass up in front of the whole goddamn world. See, because they wasn't successful the first time, you niggas think it's comfortable. You niggas done got comfortable, but y'all forgot. Y'all don't remember the video where Mike Pence and his daughter and his wife was cowering down in the stair tower? Running away? It wasn't there was no documents that was gonna take care of that right there. They was gonna kill them niggas. Do you understand that? I don't think you niggas understand what them white folks went down there to do. They were killing. We call the vice president of the United States of America going to do the certification of a new president, bro. They was chanting, hang Mike Pence. And you know what the president of the United States said? Well, I guess they're more serious about democracy than he is. Maybe he should have made some better choices. See,
hey, look here.
when we put shit in for real context, you see what I'm saying? Because y'all claiming, y'all so sure.
So you know what it is? You know what it is, Corey?
I'm almost done. Y'all so sure that this piece of paper was going to work. If y'all rewind to January 6th, y'all going to see that if they would have caught that fucking white boy, do y'all know his ass would have been hanging up and there would have been no motherfucking 3 o'clock in the morning certification.
Haskell, before you go, Haskell, before you go, I just want to bring some facts to what Corey is saying. Just some facts, just a few. While Michael Pence's death would have been tragic and it would have been horrific, the motherfucking vote would have happened with or without him. See, that's the hyperbole is needed that they were 10 feet away. The hyperbole is factual that they were 10 feet away. The hyperbole that they were yelling, hang Mike Pence is factual. The fact that they could have hung Mike Pence is factual. Yeah, I understand. It was factual. But the line of succession, if y'all believe that, so I guess we got to fucking scream to get our point across. I was trying to just make a fact. The line of succession in the United States government does not depend on one fucking person. It's a ceremonial thing. The votes are already cast. The paperwork is already there. The Senate Pro Tem 4 would have done it had Pence not. Had Pence been dead in the front lawn.
Say something. If I can say something, Brad. Hey, hold on, Corey. Hold on. I'll let you finish, Corey. Let me get in there. Let me get in there real quick, because I think I see what's going on in this discussion. Ultimately, what I believe Corey is driving at is that Trump and his cabal, ultimately, they're trying to foster an environment where they're basically saying, fuck all that shit. We getting on some gangster shit. Essentially, they're looking to have a revolution, right? And I do buy into that. They're looking to have a white a new sort of ethnogenesis for white people.
Well,
and
been saying it.
hold on, brother, hold on, man. Hold on. Yeah. So I think we could bridge the gap here, because I think ultimately Brass and Corey are having two different discussions. Now, I will say this: for what Corey is proposing that could potentially happen to happen, at this point, there hasn't been enough of the people in power and enough of the population. There hasn't been a critical mass of those people radicalized enough yet to do what they want by force. But make no mistake, I absolutely agree with Corey. This is absolutely what they're aiming at, and they're not going to stop. So they're not strong enough right now. But if they have the will, the people, and the arms, the means to do it, yeah, that's what they're looking to do. Does Brass disagree with that? I don't think Brass disagrees with that.
I don't disagree that that's what they're trying to do. No.
Right. So when you talk about like the procedural things, like the having to get this ratified and all of that, right? Essentially, I believe what me and you are saying is, yeah, we know they want to be able to bypass all of that shit and scrap it, but we don't believe right now that they're nowhere near strong enough to get that done by force. I think that's what Corey is saying. They're trying to get this shit, they're trying to strong arm this shit into existence. And we're saying, yo, we know that, but they not nowhere near as strong. That's why he was trying to get them generals in there and talking to them, because he knows for them to achieve what they want, he knows he'd have to get the military on board.
The reason I didn't say what I said to contradict Corey's argument, but I'm also speaking to the panel in the chat. You will have people thinking, you'll take Corey's factual statement with no context, and you'll have people believing that if Pence died, it would have went on. Like just killing him would have stopped it. So it's like I don't want to speak against Corey's points, but I know that there are people in here that thought if they would have hung Pence, then that would have been it. So I'm just trying to bring some kind of fucking clarity. I'm doing literally what y'all asking me to do, but y'all really want to discuss the headlines. Y'all really want to discuss the sky is falling, because that's more fun, I guess. I don't know. But if killing Mike Pence would have stopped the transfer of power, we'd be in a monarchy, not a republic. The fact that, and here's the thing, the fact that you could kill Mike Pence and the shit still go on. The fact that you could have an insurrection, what Corey just called a coup, right? What Corey just called
an attempted coup, which is what it was.
An attempted coup. You're right. He said an attempted coup. So I agree with that. But if it was a coup, it was the first coup in history that failed in 6 hours and ended with the same goddamn Congress voting under the same Constitution that same fucking night. That's just a stress. That's a stress of it. That's a attack. But if anything, it shows you
how powerful the Constitution is.
No. Can we come to an armistice here between you and Corey? Because I think we found that
Me and Corey ain't had no argument. Corey just yelling. I know what Corey's saying.
Yeah,
I ain't mad at Corey.
I'm saying ultimately what Corey is saying is y'all are too complacent. Yes, that shit got shut down, right? Because at this point in time, they're nowhere near strong enough to will into existence what they want to will into existence, right? But ultimately, that's not because of the Constitution. And I agree with Corey on that because that paper ain't worth nothing unless there's human beings willing to die behind that piece of paper, right?
And they are.
And right now, and they are. But listen to what I'm saying. Right now, they don't have a critical mass of people who see it the way they do, right? Particularly the fighting, the warriors of the society, right? To bring about, and ultimately, I think that's what Brass is saying. Yes, we know what they're trying to do.
You think 25% of the population ain't a critical mass?
Yeah, but they don't have 25% of the population that's ready to take up
I'm
arms.
gonna tell you right now, 25% of the
more than
population is
more than we do.
die-hard Trump.
Yes,
die-hard MAGA.
but 25% of them is not in the position to bring about to prevail in a civil war. I know what you're saying, Corey. Yes,
they don't need 100 million people on their side.
With control, hold on, wait. With control of
over the military.
Wait a second, see, Doc. Let's get to some clarity, then go to a different point.
All they need is plenary power, absolute power.
No. Leave the plenary power alone. Well, yeah, the plenary power.
Let's call it. We'll call it absolute. All he needs is absolute power over the military, and a couple people in the Senate, which he already got them. And people in the DOJ, people from Homeland Security, people from the Supreme Court. He got them already in line, y'all.
Right. So by the way, Corey, as an aside, right? As an aside,
this has been worked on for years and years and years.
Yeah, no. I'm with you, Corey. As an aside to what you're saying, because that's Stu Pease is on the panel. Just so you know, the America that you're advocating for, as far as implementing the Chinese social credit system, just understand that the people who would be the arbiters of that system is these same crazy motherfuckers that we're talking about. So just think about that when you talk about, yeah, we need that, and some people too lazy, and just think about it. And I want to say to Chef too, going back to a few years ago when we was having the vaccine discussion, when he said, we know some of us niggas, we have too many rights, you know what I'm saying? Because niggas don't want to take the vaccine. And if I was the president, I think niggas take the vaccine. Just think about it, bro. That same tough guy, I just strong arm shit into existence and do what I want to do. And, niggas need to listen. Just understand that the Robert Kennedys of the world and the Donald Trumps, them type of niggas that's gonna be administrating that shit. So just think about it before you talk crazy. But yeah, I'm done.
Can I answer your question?
But I absolutely feel you, Corey. I feel you 100% where you coming from, Corey. I really do.
Did you get your question answered though, Pascal?
What's the question? Yeah. I'm looking at a question in the chat. They said they got
I thought he was. I thought he was asking
IBM,
about what do we do.
IBM, we don't. Hold on, real quick. This is for the chat. IBM, hold on. Somebody, you said Babylon Dunn asked, could he ask a question? He said he's typing it. IBM, all you typed was executive orders. That's my question. I don't even, and then I don't know what your, I don't know if that, I don't understand your question. Ask it a different way. We'll answer it. Go ahead, C-Dot.
Yeah, I just wanted to address what he was saying about what do you do about, what's going on. And my answer to it will be to counter everything that they're doing. Actually, and part of what Brass was saying was get more politically literate, because there's certain things that you can do in order to counteract a lot of the stuff that's going on if we knew that these things existed. You know what I'm saying? How to attack from a statewide or citywide stance, starting locally and growing to more growing nationally. And get more people behind what you're saying. As long as you have a fracture of people who don't feel like, and this is the most important part. As long as we have people that don't feel like it's that serious, then it won't be taken that serious. As soon as the majority of people start to actually look at this as something to take seriously, then they'll start approaching it that way. And I think unfortunately, it's going to take people to actually be harmed personally in order for them to understand that, you know what I'm saying, this thing is for real. And I don't want it to get to that point. And I think that's why, like I said, not to speak for Corey again, but I think that's why the brother's passionate about it, is because you don't want it to get to these extreme points. So yeah, we need to go join school boards. We need to go join I mean, if you're capable, join a medical board. You need to do all of these different things in order to counter what's trying to be done right now in this administration, and hope that maybe you get the next administration that will reverse a lot of the bullshit that this one is doing. So if we don't do nothing and we just sit here and be like, oh well, he just playing, then it'll be like I said, it turn around and the streams start happening and it's too late to start addressing them when they're already there. So I think that's important. That's why I say it's important to pay attention to what these folks are telling you out their mouth that they're trying to do, regardless if we think it's possible or not, or the Constitution will protect us from it. We need to take it seriously.
Yeah, don't just think that paper is going to protect us all the while.
The paper is always it's always protected. It's always done because the paper is backed by people. The paper is literally written for niggas exactly like him, brother. And then on top of that, then to go on top of the whole thing, we have to look at the motherfucking times when motherfuckers attack. Like why don't we do a show just on the times that the shit has come close to failing? Why don't we do that? Let's have a conversation about times in U.S. history where the Constitution was bent so far. We could talk about the Patriot Act. We could talk about the Civil War. We could talk about Watergate. We could talk about a lot of different topics. FDR, term limits. We could talk about all of that stuff. But that's not really what everybody wants to talk about. And C-Dot, I promise you, I don't know if Corey will come off mute and co-sign this. I promise you, Corey is having this conversation because a motherfucker that sees all of these things, bro, all of these things, and is dealing with this in his real life, when you come into a Discord, and I'm going to stay on this, when we talking about gorillas and fucking sprites and octopuses and sub-Saharan and Charles Murray, he's looking at a bunch of people he thinks are unaware. And that they're becoming so well versed. They're putting out books of, go read this and go read that. And I know this happened in Kemet and all this other shit. And his actual passion ain't for me. His passion is for, if y'all are so well versed and so interested in we'll go get and learn all this other shit, why wouldn't you try to figure this shit out? How could you not know Plenary? How could you not know the convention? How could you not know what happened with immigration in this country last week? That's the passion, bro. He won't co-sign it because I guess we going back and forth right now, or middle of the street, whatever y'all call it. But that's the passion. The passion ain't for motherfuckers that know. He's talking about the motherfuckers that don't know.
No, you're right. I'm just working, so I couldn't come off mute at the time. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah. That's why I'm not arguing with Corey. When y'all try to make me argue with Corey, I agree with him. And he should.
Yeah, I told you I agree with both of y'all. I think both of y'all made good points. I think that, yeah.
Go ahead.
And that's what I would say also. I would agree with what he just said. I think that it's being a little bit dismissive, especially like if they, like, I think the reason why I agree with Chef, which you already know, of all people, I never agree with Chef. But when Chef made those comparisons, I understood where it was coming from. I don't think he was being too extreme by making the comparisons, because he's not the only or the first person to make those comparisons. Even people that are in Trump's administration
Now
made those
it's a
comparisons of
fair
Trump.
comparison. It's an absolutely fair comparison
Yeah.
because you know
It's
what it
not a
is.
fair
So that
comparison. It's
No,
not a
hold
fair
on, Brad. Hold on, Brad. You look at the January the January insurrection as this kind of one-off, anomalous type of thing, right? And it's just some little crazy rascals that ran in
No,
the
I didn't.
building.
No,
And
I didn't.
hold
Stop doing
on,
that,
hold on.
asshole. Stop
Oh,
doing that,
well,
asshole.
now I'm saying from my perch, from where I'm sitting, the words that I've heard you use to describe it and how you framed it, in my opinion, you don't think much of anything happened there.
No,
And
I
what
know.
I,
I don't. I
hold
don't
on,
agree
is
with
just an opinion. That's an
you.
opinion.
Okay.
No, I would like to say, or I'd like to ask you is, right? Clearly, this guy's trying to foment civil war. There's no need to dolly it up or pretty it up. This guy is trying to foment civil war. And when they asked him about the January 6th insurrection, the fact that he didn't not only did he not repudiate them, right? He gave them a cosign by saying, hey, they're the only ones who care about democracy, right? So that lets me know that if January 6th, right, those insurrectionists gets multiplied or gets raised by exponentially, let's say by an exponent of 10 or 100, right? Let's say there are a bunch of January insurrectionists all around the United States right now, but they're too scared or whatever, right? But let's say Trump finds a way to invigorate them enough to where a bunch of them now are willing to do what those insurrectionists did, which is lay their life on the line for an ideal that they believe in, right? Like J.D. Vance says, and other people like him. I think Ben Shapiro said it. Oh, the white man is slowly losing his position, and if we don't do something now, so if they get the January insurrectionists, if they could get 10 times the amount or the 10th power of those people, right, to make the sacrifice those insurrectionists did. What do you think? Do you think that's possible, number one? And how do you think that would work in terms of a civil war? Because I know we're not ready for no shit like that. That's what Corey's talking about, not all that paper.
Your question was long, brother. You gotta shorten.
All right, so let me condense it then. Let me condense it.
And
January.
Go back to ink, because I know when you start kind of going more into your Jamaican accent, you going somewhere. Just speak plain to me, bro.
Yeah. No, I'm speaking. What happened is because I think when it gets to topics that's more kind of passionate and real and immediate, that's something that it brings out that more emotional side of it.
I know. That's
when
why
the accent. Yeah, that's when the accent will more come out. Because I was really sitting back, and I get what Corey is getting at, because I've said similar things. In particular, dealing with the Charlie Murphy guy, right? Now he's just a spoke in the wheel.
Charlie Murphy was a saint, nigga.
He's a spoke. He's just a spoke in the wheel.
No, I'm just saying, don't tarnish Charlie Murphy's name by mistaking it for Charlie Kirk.
No. Listen. Charlie Murphy wanted to see the same eventuality.
Nigga, Charlie Kirk.
The same eventuality. I said Charlie Murphy?
Yeah, you done said it 8 times, nigga. That's why I keep saying, stop saying Charlie Murphy. That nigga was a saint. God bless the dead. God bless the dead. Stop saying Charlie Murphy.
So what I was saying,
Jesus Christ.
What I was saying is the eventuality that people like Charlie Kirk wants to see come to fruition. Ultimately, he was just a pawn on the chessboard. But they have a million more Charlie Kirks who they're putting money behind. You have the J.D. Vances. You have your what's the guy named Walsh? Bill Walsh. You have your Nick Fuentes. You have these people, and it's clear they're going to these college campuses, right? They're trying to convince the military. So you can see what they're trying to do at all levels of the society. They're trying to radicalize a critical mass of the society to go to civil war, to bring to fruition the eventuality that they believe is necessary for the republic's survival. And they're not playing. They are not playing. And that's what Corey's getting at. All that paper shit don't mean nothing.
when if enough of these crazy motherfuckers who's trained and got guns and all of that type of shit, right? If they get on some gangster shit, all of that paper shit won't mean nothing. If you could
But I
convince
don't think people play. I don't think people play with millions of dollars, Haskell. I don't think people play when they spending billions of dollars. They not playing. Believe me, I'm not playing when I'm spending billions of dollars.
Haskell, can I go next? Big up to everybody in the room. I've been listening. I agree. Yeah, I agree with this. This is what I believe. A piece of paper don't mean shit unless you have men of high moral values and who believe in justice. Persons ask, show me when the Constitution has not worked. And we have 27 amendments to prove that the Constitution had issues more than once, more than twice. The Bill of Rights, the first one, 8 amendments or 9 amendments to the Constitution, and they refer to them as the Bill of Rights. Told you that these learned gentlemen who wrote the Constitution in the first place didn't give a F about certain things. So the Constitution is just a piece of paper, and it is dependent upon men of high sense of justice. Now, what we're having now is that the interpretation of justice is being corrupted. That's how some people perceive justice is different than how other people perceive justice. But we are going to rely on that piece of paper. Oh, no, you can hold on to it and you can say, yes, it has never failed. Or yes, it is going to protect us. No, the Constitution never protects anybody. It's men of a high sense of justice that has protected people.
See,
the Constitution.
But this is why we can't have this conversation if y'all gonna do that, bro. Y'all just saying shit like this is why earlier, Stupies. This is why earlier they kept telling me I didn't need to always bring up the Constitution, this, that, and the third, right? And I know based on these conversations, we will end up at a point. We'll end up at a point in the conversation where somebody will say the Constitution has never protected anyone, and then y'all, and then with no pushback, y'all will like come on, like this ain't even a conversation when y'all say shit like that. Y'all fuck up the conversation when y'all do that.
It's the men who prop up the Constitution and give it weight, protect people. It's not the Constitution, it's not these laws, because it never protect black people until 1960. So black people have been in America since the Constitution was written, wasn't it? Wasn't black people in America when the Constitution was written? But the civil rights protect black people. So where was the Constitution in 90? Where was the Constitution in 1810, in 1820, in 1830? Where was the Constitution then? But we know when it was written. We know when it was made law. Right? We know that. But where was it then? It was the men who had a high sense of justice who came into play. So when you say, oh, the Constitution will protect you, hell no. Hell no. That is why when Trump met the generals, nobody smiled. If you look at the pictures, the general didn't smile. They were stoic because they were the gate watchers and the gatekeepers. They understand that this Constitution means shit. So if you touch it, you believe that this is going to protect you. That this is not the generals are going to protect you. It's not the Congress supposed to protect you. It's not the voters supposed to protect you. It's not all the people in the streets supposed to protect you. It's this piece of paper is going to protect you. You are going to be lined up going into the train cars. Just like the wine started in Germany between 1919 and 1933. They had a very strong constitution. Women had the right to vote. Look at the German constitution between 1919 and 1933. And it was a strong constitution. But without the men, women, and children to defend the constitution, it don't mean shit. And don't let anybody ever tell you anything. Without people of high value, morals, and justice, that piece of paper don't mean shit. Never has, never will, or you wouldn't have so much amendment. That's my 2 cents.
Appreciate your 2 cents. Y'all go look it up, bro. I'm not arguing against it. I don't have the energy nor the time. Where I do agree, though, is we were definitely, someone in the chat said it too, so I'll give him the credit. Indigenous black man says, we were slaves at the time the Constitution was written. I fully understand that, and I get that. But if y'all will believe that the Constitution has never protected anybody, here's my challenge to y'all. Here's my challenge. I don't have a question. I got a challenge. One, I already know based on stats, about 60% of this panel didn't even fucking vote, but y'all complaining. That's cool. The motherfuckers that did vote, I know you truly think that your vote, right? Your vote somehow just go there, show up, vote, and that was the end of your civic duty, right? So that would leave like 3 or 4 of y'all. So here's my challenge to the whole panel. Right now, go on your phone and figure out who your motherfucking local representative is. Find out who that is. Then go to your local council person, your local mayor, right? And your local clerk. And all this shit y'all saying right now about Donald Trump and where that world is going, go out into the fucking street. Hang up with the Discord. Take your ass outside and go fight in the street. Because that's what I do. That's what I do. I go to the council meetings. Most of y'all niggas don't even go to y'all children's PTA meetings, but y'all trying to tell me how the government and what the government should do. So here's my challenge to you. Stop talking in the Discord, right? When you vote, then go out and write your fucking go out and write go out. You're interrupting my challenge. You're interrupting my challenge. You're interrupting my challenge. You're interrupting my challenge. I'd like to finish talking, stupid. Go outside while y'all are here telling us how the government works and what Donald Trump is doing and plenary power and all of this. Write your congressman, write your fucking representative, right? Make sure you vote in the next election because I know more than half of y'all didn't. And the ones y'all say, and then some of y'all gonna say, well, I voted. I count. Well, you ain't do shit after that, so you ain't do your civic part. So go out and do all of that, and then tell me what they said. I'll pay a nigga to do that. But I know for a fact most of y'all don't know who y'all representative is. Y'all don't know who represents y'all in government. Y'all just fucking talking. Most of y'all don't even know that the principal of your child's teacher's school's name is. And y'all trying to tell this is how the government should work. And this is what we should do. Corey gave you the information. Stupid gave you some information. Chef, C-Dot, I gave you some information. Now go out into the world and do something about it. Because ain't shit gonna change in this Discord. By y'all just telling Trump and all this other shit what's going on and what's wrong. That's my challenge to you. Write your congressman. If you put your state in the Discord, I'll tell you who the person is that you need to write to.
Please, let me rebut. I would never.
Not a rebut. I'm not arguing with you, stupid. I don't need you to rebut what I'm saying.
You're filibustering now. You're filibustering now.
No, I don't want to argue with you, bro. I just made a statement.
This is my opinion. Then. I'm not talking about you or anything you say. This is my opinion. I would never minimize the greatest civic duty any person in a country can do. And that greatest civic duty is the ability to vote. Right? Do not minimize it. Do not think that voting and doing nothing is greater than not voting at all. Matter of fact, you don't have to do shit if you vote. Because you have done your greatest civic duty. Because you may not possess
if you heard what I said and that's what you got from it, you're not trying to listen to what I'm saying. If you heard everything I said and got that I minimized your vote, you're not trying to hear what I'm saying.
No, you're interrupting me now. You're interrupting me now. When an individual vote, you don't have to do shit else. Doing additional things.
Wait, what did you just say? I can't understand you. What did you just say?
When a person.
You gotta get off speaker. We can't hear you. You gotta get off speaker. Because even them, they say in the chat saying they can't hear you. What did you say?
Can you hear me? Yesterday my phone fell and broke up.
Go ahead. What
Yes.
did you
When
say
somebody,
when you vote you don't
when
have to do
some,
nothing else?
yes, I said you don't have to. I said you don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to do anything else. Once you research your vote and decide who is in your best interest to vote for, you don't have to do anything else. When you vote for somebody who is of questionable characteristics, knowing that they were of questionable characteristics, now you have to go out and try to minimize the effect of that person. Chances are you voted wrong in the first place. If I have to vote for you, then I have to go out.
Hey, Stupies.
Then if I have, let me finish speaking, please. Let me finish speaking, please. If I have to vote,
before you go into
no. When you're speaking, nobody can speak. When you're speaking, nobody can speak.
Before we go into the
It wasn't
who
first
people
man.
voted for,
No. It wasn't for you. It was for anybody in general. I did not call any names. I did not call any names. And you're not allowing me to speak. You're breaking the chain of thought. You're breaking my.
Before we go into the ad hom part of the conversation, and we start talking about who people voted for, before we go into that part of the conversation, I want to be clear. And I want to open this up to the floor. Does anybody in here agree that the only thing you have to do is vote and nothing else? That's a simple question to everybody on the panel. Do y'all agree with the beginning? Do you agree with the beginning of that statement? Anathema, DQ, Fairmont, Jackson, Smalls, Tony, Tuck. The beginning of that statement, Corey and also Corey. Do y'all agree with that statement? That all you have to do is vote and nothing else?
Absolutely
I put that
not.
to the panel. Go ahead. I'm listening to y'all, bro. I'm listening to y'all. Go ahead.
No, I mean, that's a simple answer. Go ahead.
2 months, a period of time on your political shit, right? Spend 2 months on your political shit, 3 months, whatever. And then get back to your family. Get back to doing what you're supposed to be doing. You can't, I don't think you're supposed to be political all your life. It's for certain people. The average person needs to do their diligence, do as best as they can their voting, and do all the research, spend 2-3 months just doing that, then get back to what you're supposed to be doing.
Okay, cool. Tony, that's a vote. So that's a vote for Stu P's. Logic. Go ahead.
Nah, you can't. I mean, because that's gonna put you in a reactionary position, and that's what you really are trying to avoid by voting in the first place, is by being proactive. So if you just participate in that one particular way and then you fall back for the next 2 years, I mean, like I just said, that's gonna put you right back in the reason why you needed to vote is to be proactive in the stuff that's happening around you. So no, I don't agree with it.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I already said that I don't agree with that. It's crazy.
Why is it crazy?
Well, it would be crazy to then sit and complain where some people complain because voting is just not going to get it.
Go ahead, Tuck.
No, in short.
I didn't know people actually, and Tony, I'm not going to say I'm surprised at you, but I didn't think people actually thought that way. That you thought you just could vote and just go home. That's the floor. Do you know that's the floor of the conversation? That's the floor. That's the what's the word? That's like the civic engagement is what you do after the voting. That's what civic engagement is. Civic engagement ain't even the voting.
I'm
the
spending
voting
time.
is just choosing the people.
I'm spending time with my family and trying to make money. That's what I'm about to do. I'm not going to go into. I'm not doing none of that. I spent my 3 months, doing what I got to do. But I'm not. That's not me. I'm going to go spend time with spend time with my family and do what I got to do. I'm not going to go. I did what I had to do. 3 months. I mean, You want me to spend my whole life as a political person?
No,
Can't
but
do that.
democracy don't run on autopilot, Tony.
I voted. I did.
But after you vote, then you got the laws, then you got the budgets, then you got policies, the school boards, the city council.
Whenever I ask to vote, whenever my vote is asked
the
for,
person that you vote for is voting on other shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
whenever I vote, I'm doing my civic duty to vote. You know, I'm not voting. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing what I got. Whether I spend 3 months or 12 months on it, that's your problem. You know, I'm not supposed to do none of that. I'm not. No one is telling me to, like, you got to do this, you got to do that.
Do y'all know that the right to vote didn't come from voting? The right to vote. The right to vote itself didn't come from voting. It came from the lawsuits, the protests, the organizing. It came from that. The civil rights movement, the bus boycott, the March on Washington. The Voting Rights Act didn't pass on election day. That was civic duty. That was your civic engagement.
That's a good point.
I get you, but like I said again, it's like circular. I spend my 3 months on it, but maybe I have a growing family.
I'm talking to the people, not you, Tony. You made your case.
Oh.
That will be like the set it and forget it approach, right? Like that's when your fantasy football team gets so good you ain't gotta look at your roster no more, right? You just put all the players up there, and you ain't gotta look at it like Chef, like just get lucky. But you don't want to leave all of your shit up to luck. Like you definitely don't want to do that, right? So like if you were able to do it like that and for it to work, it would be purely on luck. But you always better by like examining and I guess scrutinizing and in this particular case demanding. You know what I'm saying? Demanding what it is that you want from your representative.
Because now we talk about Corey, like when Corey talks about the unions and the corporations and the advocacy groups and shit like that, like let me tell you something. If we can't live in a world where when you do have groups like the Heritage Foundation, you do have groups like the white liberals and stuff that we be talking about, Tony. These motherfuckers work every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all year round, trying to take, change, and rearrange shit. If all we did was vote, then like the world that we lived in, like then I would tell Corey, I would say, Corey, you need to motherfucking run for president, because now every motherfucking threat to the Constitution and to America, we'd be in trouble if nobody ever did any engagement after that.
But you also have organizations on the other side too, you know.
You got to keep them niggas in check too, Tony. You know that.
Yeah, it's being done.
Right. You can't vote and then say, all right, union, take care of it. That's like when y'all work at jobs. I don't know if it was a union. There's a reason why y'all gotta y'all vote in the union. And then, I mean, y'all can tell me, I don't know exactly, but I'm paraphrasing. Y'all work in the union. Y'all vote to get the union passed. Okay, y'all vote to get the union passed. And then y'all go to meetings, y'all have like little events and then the shit discussions and shit like that. And then the union might vote on something, but y'all gotta meet with them. If you don't meet with them, say you vote the union in office and nobody ever comes to the meeting, then whatever happens to you is whatever the union wants. Like you would have no effect on that.
I want to add another variable that's really poignant, you know, as to how people like I look at government and how other people look at government. I don't ever look at government as a source for my sustenance or my source for there's a lot of people like me that feel that we don't have to participate. I know it sounds crazy, but we don't have to participate every day on, politicals. It's just, we have our representatives that are doing that for us already. We're okay with what that is. And we vote for that, but we don't really, I feel
it's only an uneducated guess, but I feel that people that are, I'm a conservative, I'm a conservative. People like us, we don't look at government that much, so we don't, because we're pretty self-reliant. We don't look to the government. So how we look at the government, how others look at the government is really different. We don't feel like I can't say we, I can say I don't feel I need to be my survival doesn't depend on the government, is what I'm saying. So whether it's Democrat or Republican, it doesn't depend on the government. So my wants and needs are really within myself, and it's been working for me and a bunch of other people. But there's sometimes people want more. We can't have a government that's only for one people. It's got to be for everybody. It's just reality. And the folks that we got in office, the Republicans, they aren't going to do anything special for Black votes, and the Democrats aren't doing anything special for Black votes. That's how I look at it. So I go, well, if this is true, then I really, I'm going to do my due. I'm going to vote and do the research to vote and populate the policies, but I can't participate. I just can't. I got my life to do. I got my life to children and 2 jobs and all kinds of stuff going on.
Okay, but I don't want to have a you conversation, because then people will start attacking you. I mean, that's your stance. You don't got to defend your stance. You made your stance clear. We got it. We got your stance. Sometimes we get into these conversations and people start talking about, well, you voted for this person, you voted for that person, you did this, you did that. That's counterproductive to what we're talking about today. We're talking about what's going on in America, this, that, and the third. So I don't, once we start going down that lane, you're just telling me you don't want to talk. You just want to have the same shit everybody does on every other channel. I have no interest. I'm not saying you, I'm just saying in general. But y'all, I don't know if y'all want to go now or where you want to go with it.
No, I don't know. That was a point that was just, I guess we couldn't just go past the fact that
hell no.
We were talking about the civic duty and you just said it and forget it. I don't think we couldn't really go past that. But that's I mean, where were we at like right before that? Because that's an obvious one.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where we were. I don't know. I could do, if you want to do some civic, whatever, or some regular, like.
Yeah, but I think the Germany, and I think that's a really good idea. Actually, I'm interested in that. If you interested in it, but I think that the bottom line to it is the other side would have had to have been saying that Donald Trump is so unique and so, I guess, so egregious in the shit that he do, that he poses some unique problems to the Constitution, which I can see, right? And then your argument would be, well, every time they've seen somebody like him and potentially worse in ways, you said held up, so. That I understand what you're saying. Excuse me, isn't going to change based off of that, but yeah, that's the two. Get to the bottom of what both of y'all saying. That's it. That's exactly what you're saying. Yeah. Make up stuff back here once in a while. Weird.
But yeah, no, it seemed. Maybe we'll do a class on that. I don't know. I'll get with Mujasi, see if he can help me put together, because I'm not a teacher. That's why when everybody starts talking about expert and school us on this, I'm not doing that. Motherfuckers is grown. They can go look up. We got more information at our hands than we've ever had at any time in history. More access to information. You can go and learn that shit. Go and learn it, bro. Go and
Anathema he made a pretty good point earlier about how the Supreme Court actually doesn't just let Donald Trump do whatever the hell he wants in. But they would have to be a large part of some of the kind of fuckery shit that we would describe, right? They would have to kind of be behind a lot of that, wouldn't it? Like you would have to say the Supreme Court, not necessarily in complete lockstep with Donald Trump, but they have moved out of his way on some shit, right?
You drinking a Pepsi Logic? What you doing?
Nah, nigga, I'm just hiccuping my ass off.
Damn near on the verge of death. He's about to die for his right to speak. You need to take a second, get your shit to order. But no, I think you know it's too easy in these conversations to do the motherfucking, well, if you don't like United States, get out. You know, I ain't doing. Nobody should do that, and everybody should have opinions, and everybody should be able to talk. I get it, but it's just I don't want to get personal, bro. I don't, because when we get personal, then it just turns into, well, you voted for Kamala, you voted for Donald Trump, you voted for that. It's like then it ain't even a productive conversation. But if you're saying part of what Stupides was saying was correct, bro. I'm a black man in America telling you the Constitution will protect you while also telling you that you wasn't human and motherfucking we were slaves when it was written. Like, I know that part, bro. I know the Civil War, I know the Civil Rights, I know all of that, but that's just not the conversation that we have. To say to make a blanket statement that it's never protected anyone, then I can't move past that conversation. I can't. Like, I don't know, like, because the thing is now, how do I respond? I mean, not
well,
respond.
You gave the best possible response, I feel like, right? You said we didn't get, the right to vote wasn't even through voting, right? Like that proved the point pretty well to me. Like for real, wasn't nothing else after that to be said.
But you know, y'all go ahead. This is not a class, bro. I know everybody's kind of busy, but if not, we could stop unless y'all got something else y'all want to talk about.
I want to ask you something real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So are you saying with the Constitution that the white man sprinkle more freedom than anybody in the world? Is that what you're saying, bro?
Yeah.
It's quite a contradiction you find yourself in there, sir.
I know you to be American. I'm telling you to be American. Matter of fact, to be African American is fucking crazy. When they wrote the Constitution, Thomas Jefferson was writing this shit with slaves. When in the Constitution, we weren't even human. But here's a black man in 2025 saying the Constitution is going to somehow help you. So I understand Stupi's rage. Don't misunderstand that. Me and Stupi's done got into too many arguments about politics. I'll pause.
Brad, don't forget the Christian black man part too. Go Catholic.
Yeah, the Christian, right? The Christian black.
Okay, yeah, just make it. Make sure.
Trying to get me Charlie Kirk out here.
Now, and the real irony of that statement that you said there, Tuck, is that it would all fall on the integrity of the people who wrote it, right? Like, it wouldn't even just be the document itself. It would literally be the faith in the integrity of the people behind the document. That would it actually be. So it's stupid as that sound. The thing that you would be having faith in actually isn't on the paper. That's the irony. That's the irony of Gandhi.
Yeah, but here's the paradox though. They wrote that also against the same niggas in Western civilization that y'all talking about. So when we're saying sprinkling freedom, you're just talking about the ones over here sprinkling freedom against the niggas in the kings and monarchs that was trying to take it. So
let's not before we get interrupted and derailed and the chef come in here and say, well, hold up. I'm telling you, you know what I'm saying? We in a good spot.
You understand what I'm
All
saying?
right. I'm throwing my hands up. Yeah, I definitely understand what you're
do you
saying.
understand? Like I'm saying, like if we're saying that the Constitution was a sprinkling of freedoms, now we back to the same argument though. The reason why it had to be written is for these same Western civilization freedom sprinklers. The same niggas, the British. They wrote that shit for the British, not us. They wrote it to get away from motherfuckers that wasn't sprinkling freedom. See how when we you can't like I say, you cannot fucking congratulate Dak Prescott on a good fourth quarter comeback if he the reason why in the first 3 quarters you had to make the comeback in the fourth quarter. What are we doing? So we celebrate them, but what about the British? That's why you notice after day 2 of that conversation, it went from Western civilization to the white man. Remember, y'all don't remember that part? At first, it was the Western civilization. Then I asked, so what was all Western civilization? Then it was like, well, no, y'all want to talk about the white man. But no, I knew y'all was talking about the white man. Because if we're saying Western civilization, then hell no. Them niggas is crazy. So crazy that you gotta cause other parts of the Western civilization to write a constitution to make sure that whatever they did never happens again. Gets kind of spooky. Nobody on the video in the chat knows what we're talking about.
And you know, I actually I had convinced Mujasi to allow me to interrupt his flow of reading, right? And that book that I keep introducing to Dawn and everything, when I went back into it, and what it kind of does is it lets you know how far removed we are today from what we would consider the most most basic of freedoms, right? Like the freedom to leave, right? We almost can't even imagine living under a state that says we can't come, we can't just leave the borders anytime we feel like it under whatever conditions we feel like. That's a foreign idea to us, but like that actually wasn't that long ago where people couldn't just do that. They couldn't just be like, oh man, I ain't feeling this, I'm out. What? Death. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I guess that's the whole irony of it all, right? Is when I look at it in that whole larger historical context, like, man, it sucks to say, but that's what progress looks like because the other shit was just so bad. Like the whole idea of you having rights. Huh? I went back through what I remembered on it. So the first time I read, the answer is no, right? So the first time I read it, about 3/4 finished. And then when I went back through it, I went through what I had read and I just listened to the conclusion. And that would be the biggest takeaway is just, having like a backdrop of how people, how little rights people had not that long ago. But that would just be what it would emphasize for you. And I don't really know how important that is because I could just tell you to myself.
When did you read that book? Or why did you read that book?
I read the book because suggested it, to be honest. But I read it.
You know what's crazy?
What's
I know
up?
that's why you read it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna be honest with you.
That's why I was asking you. I said only Unc could have made you read that book. Only Unc.
I don't even remember. Matter of fact, I do remember why actually, and it was a conversation that I was having with Brendan and Unc. Right now, I actually, me and Brendan were kind of like having the conversation in some kind of way. The book suggestion came up. But it was about the stratification of society, and that's what Brendan basically took me to, right? So that but there was definitely a sensible human in the room too, while all of this was happening. So Brendan amen the suggestion, and I actually got really interested in it.
No, it's a very deep book, but the book isn't really about rights and constitutions and things like that. It's more about imagination that we would rather, we think what we want is choice. But to be quite honest, we'll choose control over choice almost at every turn. And that's where, that's the great thing of everybody telling you, you know, you'll go to a restaurant that's got a one paper menu and it's got 7 items, and you're like, man, I wish this shit had this or this or this or that, right? So you think that's choice, but then you'll go to a diner with 1,000 items and you can't fucking figure it out. But that paper, you can figure it out fairly quickly. You know what I mean? So so when you have that, what the book is really trying to say is that we actually forgot we didn't need government. We didn't need it. There was other forms of freedom, different. Like we tend to think that having a government and having we should do a class on that book. That's one of my very favorite book of mine, because it makes you go to a time where there wasn't always a time where government was inevitable. There was different types of freedom. There was times when, you know, there was times where you had structure. There's times you didn't. You know, it's basically saying there's another way. In a sense, like if you're complaining about the Constitution, or you're complaining about this or complaining about that, yeah, Vyasa said it. That's the social contract theory in regards to society threat. Hold on, and somebody else put a good comment in here before. I think it was Babylon Dunn. Yeah, Babylon Dunn. He said, what we're trying to say is fiat constitution, same as fiat money, i.e., in God we trust, and nuit conceptus and novertus ordo seclorum memor. Yeah, he's correct. Like that was a good. I saw that earlier. But what it's saying is that it's not like it's anti what we're doing now. It's just showing us something else. That's not exactly. Okay, go ahead. No, that us as human beings we can make something else, and it could be conscious. It could be fair. I don't believe in fairness, but it could be creative. Well, you know. What it is we're the ones that gotta go dig the shit back up. That's their thought. And it was such an outside thought to what I had heard before that, is why I like the book so much. Like they even talked about in the book where that sometimes a model would be, sometimes you need more structure. And other times you should be more free. You know what I'm saying? Like there's times where, like, you know, you should be able to kind of reimagine society depending on where we at. You know what I mean? Like if we in I know I'm probably over talking, but like in a social media age, maybe this form of government govern this way, we don't need this. Maybe we need something different. Similar to like when the towers drop. When the towers drop, maybe we do gotta tighten up for a small amount of time, right? Start surveilling and TSA and all of that shit. But then as the society changes, as the climate changes, let's go back to a more freer time and, you know, allow motherfuckers to create and do shit. I don't know. We can have that book. I love that book. We can have that conversation.
That book is very thought provoking in a different way. And I don't think it's as, you know, it doesn't do it in a controversial way, but it definitely brings you to the heart of some very, very good conversations, right? And you're right. I could see I don't like wholeheartedly disagree with it. Definitely forces you to reimagine society. But to me, it goes a little bit deeper. Is the dawn of everything? Is it forces you the dawn of everything?
Yeah,
by David Greenberg.
No, not Greenberg.
David Winthrop. So yeah, you got it.
It's Wingrow and Graeber.
There you go. Two Davids. David Wingrow and David
Graeber. Logic. That's how I know Unc
David Greenberg.
Unc said it because that nigga been saying Wingrow.
Yeah, Wingrow is definitely one of his favorites for sure. But what it does is it, at least for me, right, is it actually hammers home the point of, well, first off, all those other things, from what I remember about the book, it only talked about those in small populations. right? And then immediately once we went over to larger populations, that's when we got these structures that created all this imbalance and inequality. But I mean, that's more so what I got from it, right? And then, you know, it does force you to have to reimagine society in that particular way. But it does seem to hammer home the abstractness of what we kind of consider freedom. You know what I'm saying? It's all, you know, we've traded out the let's just be harmonious with nature stuff for maybe some of these illusions that we have of this freedom. You know what I'm saying? That's more of to me what it hammered home on. But I mean, it sounds like you pretty much captured it. But some of those ideas could be considered abstract, and that's actually like it's surprising, right? Like you would, to me, I would just you know, imagine that being a global theme, right? I would imagine just maybe here in America and our experience with it, I could see it that way, but not like spread it across history and it be abstract. You know what I'm saying? So that's a little surprising to me.
But
That's
do you
definitely
remember?
surprising to me.
Do you remember? No, we're not still talking doomsday scenario, Psycho. We welcome to come in here and get these people in order. You remember the three freedoms though?
The freedom to leave, the freedom to the last two I don't remember because that was the one I was like, as soon as I heard it, I was like, I need to tell this to him.
Yeah, it's freedom to move, freedom to disobey, and freedom to something with social rules. I think I was reimagine. Freedom
to not listen. Yeah, but that's disobey.
Yeah, and it's saying that civilization didn't create the freedoms, that it just reduced them, similar to what you're saying. So what it's saying is like, if the order is what gave you your concept of freedom, is the freedom order gave you actually free. See how a book like that will fuck you up. Way worse than a blunt. Way worse than a blunt at all. If it was the order, if you had to go get your freedom from order and structure, are they telling you now what freedom is? Because actual freedom ain't that.
Right. Because now you traded it in for another box that you're not calling free, basically.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that would be a good one. But I agreed with I like the seasonal freedom. I love that. I don't know why I like that so much, because I'm really not a guy like that. I kind of like order.
You went back to this book recently, then?
Huh? No,
okay.
I touch on it from time to time in regular conversations. It's my brother's favorite book, and he quotes the shit all the time when we talk about Donald Trump. I think my brother, and I hope you're listening, I think my brother would leave his wife for Kamala Harris as much as he talked about her.
Goddamn.
He talks about her in terms of like where I'd be like, you know what you're doing right now is borderline divorce worthy. Like if I played what you just said to my in-law, we'd have an issue. But go ahead, Mujasi. I think that was Mujasi talking.
Fire.
Yeah,
you hear the kind of dialogue that book creating right now? Fire, bro.
Yeah.
Well, see, I wanted to tease y'all real quick. Can I get permission to tease y'all real quick?
Go ahead.
Of course, bro.
Based on what y'all just described with this book, and I'm excited the book. I just looked it up and I'm gonna order it. Based on what y'all described with this book so far, y'all interpretations of it. If y'all would have changed the authors on it and said the author's name was Tony Akbar Muhammad, the other author maybe is Nasheem something, the book would sound a little what y'all would call 2 months ago pseudo.
What you mean?
It sound just y'all based on y'all interpretations, it would sound a little on the what y'all were labeled at that time as pseudo. Just teasing. Just teasing.
I'm missing the comparison. I would just call it uncomfortable.
They don't present it as science though.
Right.
It's really just like conversation. It's conversation in theory, but But in actuality, you're not wrong because it's a soft science. So yeah, it would be pseudo. Yeah.
Just teasing though. It's just a tease.
No, I get it. No.
That's interesting. So, I mean, that's interesting way to look at it, but I never looked at it like a historical verifiable way because both of the people involved in it is an anthropologist, and I think the other guy's a historian too, David. So I think that they're making an attempt to kind of like to not. They do speak inside the book and tell you it's not like done scientifically because they'd have to cover so many different scenarios to try to hammer home the problem. So they actually do tell you that, right? So I guess you're not forced to look at it in a scientific way, but they do pose some very serious questions, and they bring up other people throughout history who pose some very serious questions. So that's the spirit of more what they're trying to do.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and don't think that book doesn't go without some serious motherfucking critiques now. let's not go because because they both got PhDs in archaeology, but they pick and choose a little bit too much though. That's the only part. That's the only part I didn't really like, because they'll go Africa, they'll go America, they'll go Eurasia, and then they'll put them all under the same fucking narrative, and that ain't how anthropology. So it gets a little like they do a lot of meanwhiling. You ever heard somebody in a book do that a lot, where they're like, well, these people were doing this. Meanwhile, these people were doing this rather than therefore. You know what I mean? So it gets a little crazy because, like, for example, this is another part of the book. We probably about to lose the whole audience, but if y'all want to go get it, go get the book, Dawn of Everything. Because one of the things they do, remember, freedom had different meanings. Egalitarian had different meanings at different times. So when you go back to the Ice Age, and you're saying the people in the Ice Age and Neolithic periods and all of that were free, you're kind of projecting what the modern version of like political freedom is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we don't know what necessarily freedom meant to them. Like, we don't know what was taboo with them. We don't know what they personally believed, what they thought was inclusive versus what they thought was exclusive. It kind of stuck me a little bit, but I really I believe that these questions do matter, but it definitely, they only really talk about large societies real brief. So when you try to imagine these things that these small societies could do, you run into a situation of like, you couldn't possibly extrapolate that out to a large society. Because that worked in a small one like Mesopotamia or Egypt or something. But you can't, like in a large one, but you can't extrapolate that out to, I don't know.
That's what it says. That's exactly what it says.
It's a book that gives you a lot of questions because they don't really talk about large societies too much in there. They talk about them, but they don't. It's like some places need hierarchies if they're trying to scale real fast. Equality doesn't always work if you're trying to scale though. You know what I'm saying? When you're trying to take a bird's eye view of the civilization, equality, if you're trying to do it fast, what is that statement, Ujasi? If you're trying to do something fast, do it yourself.
Go alone.
Right, go alone. If you're trying to do it, you get a group of people. If you want it to last and go slow, So I don't know the exact statement. Maybe somebody in the chat can help me. But go ahead, Logic.
Trying to do it fast, go alone. If you're trying to do it right, do it together.
Right.
Now I'm still digesting what Mujasi said about it being pseudo because I can't there's no argument for me to mount there. But I actually want to consider it honestly, right? Because like for me the way the argument lays out, it creates a question for me that I have trouble having to get around, right? So like I do want to examine like how serious that I actually haven't looked at the critiques of it. Now that now that you've actually brought all that stuff up, because one of the things that they present in the book as problematic is when you're looking for the small societies in the intricate ways that they operate. There's Jesus, they're going to be very little that you're going to find writing wise to keep up with it, right? So. And then for you to find them in large numbers would pose another problem for you to have enough data to say, hey, in small society, this is what they did to keep morale up. You know what I'm saying? Or how they solve those social issues. There isn't much writing to be able to figure that out. So.
Right.
And that's the thing that might be the intent of the authors. I've never read the book. I just hit submit on it, so it'll be here on Tuesday. And I'm excited to open it up. But that's the logic. My encouragement for you, which is what me and you have a tendency to do, is we fall into that pragmatic trap of looking for the concrete evidence and data and all of these pieces. And in some of these writings, you can't go there, especially if you read by anthropologists. They can only do so much, and the rest of it is going to be conjectures. It's going to be kind of theory and imagination. And it sounds like from what y'all interpreting and what I'm gathering from y'all, there's a lot of kind of mixing and comparison between these smaller group societies and the imagination of what that will look like if applied to larger structures of societies. It's not going to be a tangible connection, grounded evidence. Some of it is imaginative. And I think that when we look at compositions of literature like that, I think we fell into a trap a few months ago where anybody who presented models that may have introduced more theory than evidence, we just automatically put a red mark on them and call it pseudo. Dangerous trap. Because when we're looking at these authors, and from what I'm hearing from what y'all interpreting, they use the same methodology of pushing us to imagine, question, theoretically consider, evaluate in this way, and it requires us to have to suspend that pragmatic trap that we sometimes fall into, which I fall into that.
And Mujasi, what I'm gonna do for you, what I'm gonna do for you, Mujasi, is I'm gonna listen to the spirit of what you're saying. I'm a focus
he crushed it with that one today, didn't he?
And the intent of what you're saying, and I'm not going to rebut it because I understand the spirit of what you're saying. See, I'm learning, bro. I'm learning, bro. I'm learning.
I love it.
See, now I understand.
Oh my God, bro.
I understand what Chef meant because I fundamentally disagree with what you're saying, but I understand the spirit of what it is that you're saying. So there's no need for me to rebut that.
There you go.
Like, hey, Chef Carnivorous Podcast, I know you out there giving Jewish tapers. I fully appreciate you, brother. Now I understand the how if I was to come behind that and start bringing facts and all kind of statements and all this, that, and the other, it would literally destroy the actual spirit of what you're saying. I just spoke to Mujasi's spirit.
You spoke to my spirit, brother. I'm
officially in the HOK, brother. I'm in the HOK. I'm out here speaking the spirits out here.
We 5 hours and 28 minutes.
Yeah, we 5 minutes. We out here handling spirits now.
You see there? You done tap back into your ancestral spirit, man. You ain't know you can do that.
Hey, you know what I want to do next? I want to go get me a Sprite. Wash it down.
Jesus Christ.
I want to go get me a cold Sprite.
Yeah, and again, I haven't read the book, so I could be wrong. I'm just
no. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, and I understand what you're saying because it's definitely that. But the book's intent was more a challenge to you hear like in the conscious community they always talk about evolution is a line and that is it doesn't work that way and this, that, and the other. What they're challenging is we didn't just go from
hunter gatherers to farmers to cities to there was no line from foraging to democracy, not a straight line, and that somewhere in there, based on just how humans are, they switch back and forth. And if you look at history, it's true. You go back and forth from hierarchy to equality to sometimes we choose this, sometimes we choose that. That's the seasonal part. But that like inequality wasn't something that was inevitable. It's something that we chose in order to move forward.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? So kind of like looking at slavery. Like, it's not that slavery or slavery throughout history was inevitable, but that people were making choices in order to move shit forward, even if it's the worst possible choice you can make. Like, even if slavery is the worst thing that can happen, hey, it's going to move society forward. So, fuck it. That's what we choose right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. You got to read the book to kind of.
That's deep right there. But yes, it puts context around that very idea of people choosing basically to walk over each other in the name of less advanced society. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's kind of Chef's argument on the low. Because when you look at the modern part of discourse about people, you would think that all humans is greedy and selfish and it's not morals and this, that, and the other. But that there were times in history, matter of fact, a lot of times in history, that the moral component is what fed our imaginations. The creativity component is what fed our imaginations. And that's how things moved from maybe a hierarchy to more of a equal society. But then it goes right back and says, but then, you know, when we tried to move forward, we just chose inequality again. It's almost like it's like that we're choosing it. It's not like it's just happening. Like a Donald Trump is not inevitable. We're choosing him. Like that's the some people, I think Stu P said it the other day. He said that Donald Trump was punishment for Barack Obama.
Right.
That's that. It wasn't. It's you know that we, even if we know this shit is wrong, we may choose that shit.
Well, Barack Obama.
I know Anathema has said some things that have been pretty problematic, but I know one thing he said that I found somewhere else. Don't exactly remember where, but we find the collective finds safety in people like that, right? In somebody that's like what Donald Trump behavior. They feel comfortable with him representing the community because of how wild he is. Like the fact they might not trust themselves to press that button, but they'll give that button to somebody like a Trump in order to protect them. You get what I'm saying? Like that's somewhat of a thing too. That people like Napoleons, people like Putin, even Stalins, they some kind of way find themselves, in those positions over and over.
When you got, I think Mujasi was about to say Barack Obama was a response to Bush. I think that's
Hey, not to cut y'all off, but Logic, I don't know if you remember, but we went over that in the pseudo killers. I know Sosa, it was me, Chef Sosa. We talked about the strong man, right? And how a lot of times situations get to the circumstances will favor a strong man. You see what I'm saying? And a strong man is basically kind of like an authoritarian, I guess. It's kind of what Logic said. So and so won't push the button, but we'll give it to old boy, and he'll push the motherfucker, right? So that's the whole strong man conversation. We had that before. I think that's a good conversation too.
Or Corey, or when you talk about the 25% of the country, you got somebody that's willing to say out loud what you really feel.
Mm-hmm.
And the shit you can't say. This shit, like, you can't say, make America great again is not a new term. That's a term that base truly believes. You know what I'm saying? So
hey, that was a good example. That was a real good example of the rhetoric, right? So the rhetoric is basically like that's the key to let the masses know, like, yo, this is what y'all looking for. This is the strong man that y'all looking for. If the strong man don't speak up, the masses don't recognize him. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's a crazy little dynamic, bro. It's a crazy dynamic. Yeah.
Well, what was that comedian that said all of a sudden? He said all of a sudden the motherfucker I was working with 24/7, the white man I was working with 24/7. Now all of a sudden he comfortable to call me a nigga. Like, what happened? And then the other guy was like, well, Trump got elected. All that shit came out the closet. People that never participated in voting, similar to, people that never had a say, never wanted anything to do with it. All of a sudden, you started seeing racism at an all-time high. But in actuality, the racism ain't at an all-time high. It's just now you got somebody in office where you're comfortable to express that shit.
Yep, he's been emboldened a little bit.
Yeah, nobody. My father, I ain't gonna say my father. My uncle, he told me that United States. This is gonna be a very ignorant statement, but try to find the facts in it because I do love my uncle. He said that United States has never liked homosexuals. United States has always been against homosexuality, but now you're seeing under Trump and under the DEI attacks and this, that, and the other. Now you're just seeing how the United States actual feel. They don't hate gays and stuff more. They're not against it more. It's just now you're seeing they're just comfortable enough to now say it. Whereas in the past 8 to 10, 12 years or whatever, you say that shit, you lose your job. There was real repercussions. There was jail time for shit like that. But in actuality, they're just the country is showing you how they actually feel about it. So I don't know. I ain't trying to throw my uncle under the bus, but I can't disagree with him. I don't think that these are new feelings.
Mm-hmm.
Chef will tell you in a heartbeat. There's nothing new under the sun. There's no new history. You can look at history. That's why I always go back to history. You can look at history and learn. You can look and complain about now, or you can learn from history. That's a quote. Complain about now or learn from history. Go back and look. When you say Trump is Thanos, then I'll go back and show you Dr. Doom. I'll show you Galactus. I'll show you Dr. Octopus, him and his Sprite, all of that. I can show you a bunch of motherfuckers that tried to do that shit. Go, Logic, I'm telling you, go look up Nixon and Watergate. Go look up how they talked about Nixon, brother. Go look it up. No, they ain't catch the Dr. Octopus in the Sprite. They ain't catch it.
I wanted to tell you earlier, you definitely gotta get an octopus. So y'all gotta race and figure out who's gonna open that Sprite bottle quick.
Low genius. Low genius at its finest.
Yeah, I ain't never letting y'all. I'm never ever letting y'all get away with or make me forget that we was in here talking about Sprites and octopuses. It's never happening. Because I don't even think it's recorded. I don't even think the chat knows what we're talking about. But I ain't never letting y'all get away with that. And that, like I said, in these conversations, when we have them, there has to be some kind of barrier. There has to be some kind of set. Because if we don't Mujasi, if we don't Logic, and if we don't, at the end of these conversations, it takes 4 hours to find out what niggas is really saying. At the end of the conversation is when we get to the Constitution's never protected anybody. When in actuality, that's what's been being said the entire time. It's just, it took Stu Pease to actually say it, when in actuality, that's how people feel, period. So I kind of wish we would start with that versus we got to go through all the bullshit to get to it. You know? But y'all go ahead, bro. It's been 4 hours. I done cut my hair, shaved, all kind of shit. Y'all got something else? I'm in the mirror shaving right
nah, I think we got to the bottom of it, man. I think we got to the bottom of it. I'm actually really glad that y'all excited about that book because I know what kind of a journey that is. That's one that makes you. It definitely makes you rethink a lot of stuff. And it's not easy to just digest, right? Because it's gotta be in at least challenge some preconceived notions that you already have. That's exciting. I think that's probably the coolest thing about this thing that we do, man, is that we got people. Yeah, I'm hiccuping my ass off. We got
No.
people that's willing
Vyasa just said Brass's haircut is pseudo. You know what's funny? All the people that y'all told me was crazy is the funniest people to me. People like Posterius and sometimes Babylon, sometimes IBM. But Vyasa, y'all paint, not y'all, but the community paints him like he's insane. That motherfucker is a joy to listen to. He put some of the most, him, Posterius, Babylon Dunn, and IBM put some of the most thoughtful things in these chats that I wish, like, I know we're live, but I wish we was on a panel where we could, like, kind of stop and listen to the conversation for a second. Somebody was talking about a while ago, Babylon Dunn just said all ancient philosophers held beliefs and knew it. Only now, New Age, atheistic, scientific philosophy of the U.S. took over, claiming to not hold beliefs, and they got more belief than the rest. That's a bar. These are bars. This is bars, Vyasa. However, Eurocentric approaches to teaching philosophy is damn near the study of European history in academic settings and not teaching the core of various philosophical concepts. This is all true. But it's like, that's why I be wanting to do a show with just them guys, just to hear what them guys got to say, because we could sit up here and talk all the time, but we'll become an echo chamber at some point, because I'll get upset and leave. Chef will get frustrated and leave. Corey will go on mute. And then it's just, we all just the same people having a conversation. That's why I appreciate the Fairmounts. Tony's sometimes. I appreciate Stu Peas all the time, but I ain't about to get in no political argument with Stu Peas today. I can't do it. I respect the stints in that nigga's heart way too much to be trying to drive him crazy today. I ain't doing it. I'm not doing it. But y'all go ahead. We can shut it down if y'all want. I don't got nothing else. I'm trying to get my taper in order.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and listen to this one again because I had to tune out and get some work done and meet with a couple of clients. But I gotta make sure I bridge with my brother Corey Concrete and just kind of still got questions around that. And just gotta learn. I'm just trying to learn this whole thing. So yeah, I'll try to throw my on the table in the future.
Yeah, Corey was cooking. That's why I didn't want to come into the conversation and change what he said, because it means he was correct. Sometimes you do gotta yell. Sometimes it does make sense to be passionate about something so people will listen. Because in this particular Discord, you'll get drowned out trying to just be like, well, the Constitution says. Nobody want to hear that. Sometimes you want to hear, and then also I know people come in here to vent. They come in here to vent. They come in here to kind of like work out some shit that's going on in their worldview amongst people they consider their peers or friends in some cases.
Hey, Logic, where did you just hear that at?
Earlier before the conversation even started.
Wait, what happened?
Yeah, me and Josh, we were having a good one before. I think that was either before or after you came and said hello. But yeah, there's definitely something really cool about the fellowship here. Even though we find ourselves in these contentious moments at times, like I think beneath it all, we find ourselves right back at it again because we're getting something good out of it. Right? Like there's something enjoyable about the whole thing that that's why we're here. That's what we're coming to talk about. It's definitely coming here to argue with the people I want to argue with. That's the crazy part.
To your point, Brass, I told Logic, and me and Logic was rapping about this, and I said, every once in a while, to some of us here in the Discord, sometimes TMI is that abused wife that sits at home. We just go home and just come in, we log in, we vent, whoop our ass real quick, and then we go to sleep.
Ignorant. All right, let me just do this disclaimer. Hey, Mujasi, let me just do this disclaimer real quick. So TMI we do not endorse domestic violence. Because I already know how this is going to go. So we don't endorse domestic violence. We simply bring it up a comparative story that actually fits what we're talking about. But no, we do believe that you should not hit women and all of that. Because then they'll turn that into, we believe in domestic violence. But I agree with you. I know for a fact motherfuckers come in here just to get their shit off sometimes, Paul.
Yeah.
I know that. I know that. I know, because they can't do it in the real world. What was the Angela Davis? What was it? James Baldwin and Angela. Was it Angela Davis? Where she told him in that conversation, where she told them, she said, "Why can't you?" She said, "You at work, you don't yell at him, but you come home and yell at me." He's like, "Well, I'm faking for him. I got to get the check. I got to do that." She's like, "Well, fake for me." And then he says, "Well, I don't want to fake for you. I love you." He said, "Well, then fake me for me because you love me. Protect my feelings." Right. Just stuff like that. So, yeah, I get it. I get y'all can't go to y'all jobs and tell Trump and talk all this Trump shit. I know that. I know that for a fact. Y'all cannot go to work and tell them about how this and this, that, and the other, because Nikki Giovanni, thank you. I always say Angela Davis, but it was Nikki Giovanni and James Baldwin. And thank you, Vyasa, once again from the chat. But I know that y'all can't go and y'all can't have these conversations where y'all at, with any kind of real, you know what I mean? Yeah. Without any kind of real clarity. And then also, even if you have them at work, they don't know the previous conversations to not misinterpret Corey's passion. They might misinterpret Corey's passion and call him a radical.
That's right.
But they don't have the years and the months of conversations with him to know that he's really just passionate about the subject.
Absolutely. But
that's all I got for y'all, bro. Hey, peace and love to the chat. Y'all more than welcome to stay in here and talk in the Discord, but I'm in the
yeah, that's fair. We didn't kind of
Vyasa, Babylon Dunn, IBM, Posterius, and the other 29 people listening. Appreciate y'all.
Likewise.